2 months before we arrived, there was a big storm. Last year, the village and many of its ships were damaged by a typhoon. In this area, typhoons are frequent. They catch shrimp, lobster, and crab. They also catch the long and shiny red snakefish. These are salted, dried, and sent to nearby cities, or even as far as Peking. For 3 or 4 yuans a month, you can rent a house. You can buy one for 800 yuans, which is about the average annual salary. The village hostel, where we lived, has several rooms opening onto a courtyard. It is reserved for travelers, free of charge. The men and women of the militia keep their weapons at home. We tend to think of China as a huge expanse of land, forgetting that it has over 10,000 miles of seacoast. For more than 100 years, foreign invaders came to China by sea. In 1899, Shantung province was invaded and it rebelled. This was the first anti-colonialist insurrection, the Boxer Rebellion. The major countries of Europe, as well as Japan and the United States, formed a military expedition to crush the rebellion. Peking was burned, and more than 1 million lives were lost. Today, this sea belongs to a free people, liberated in their work and in their struggles. All boats are owned collectively by the brigade. Once a year, they hold a meeting to decide whether they need to buy new boats from the state. Fishermen do not sell their catch privately. Everything is sold to the state. A few years ago, the fishermen were paid according to a quota system. Those who caught less than a certain amount had their salaries docked. Those who caught more received bonuses. On the whole, the community was poor and stagnating except for a few rich individuals. During the Cultural Revolution, the village went through a major upheaval. The brigade's leadership was changed. Today, the fishermen are paid according to a system of work points they have established themselves. Everyone earns between 600 and 750 yuans a year.
走。下班去了。好。几点钟走啊？2点钟。2点钟。哪给哪几多？也吃得饱。这地啊！大爷，好。哎。好的，谢好了。先别野的。有啥海也行啊？有啥海？有这点也行。也看王八来说。我爸不到了不？这小道也。小道也不少。这个也多高？看过挺好玩的呢，挺好玩的。这事情都不大，这事。
The men here are speaking the local dialect, and the interpreter was not able to follow the discussion word for word. The men are joking about one of the members of the group who came in late with a torn net and hardly any fish.
挺好的。啊，咋不知道？天哪，俺们怎么当？
In writing, the same characters are used in all of China, but the dialect spoken in this village is hardly understood just 50 miles away. In addition to the many dialects, more than 50 different languages are spoken in China.
啊，也早就学的下水菜了。学的吧？不是俺小的这样我跟你想的这样早的。他先行了，好像先行了。有为这玩意有可能的。你要让我留，我是在想，朝头是在想，他晚上在。朝头俺不叫那个贵那个头。要咱这个礼物就这么早就老么啥嘛？3点半的时候看着啥搞啥。哪个晚点钟的时候，海里的好高是后拉的高吧？一次又拉10个脚不走了，站着都了。俺外趟要么干啥了？要跟你怎么干？你去那个这都是麻将。还要怎么办呢？没早的早起来。好，吃饭。就让我休息下。拿掉了，休息再来饭。
People bring in their own flour to have fresh noodles made. It costs a penny. In the Middle Ages, China was relatively advanced in science and technology. Long before Europe, China had gunpowder, the printing press, and the compass. It also had noodles and ravioli. Marco Polo brought the recipe to Italy. All the side industries related to fishing can be found in this village, like this nylon net weaving shop. But the community brigade does not want to depend entirely on the sea for its livelihood. The neighboring hills have been cleared for planting corn, wheat, and vegetables. Women hold up half of the sky. Whatever men can do, women can do. Now women fish on the high seas. Things have certainly changed here in the native province of Confucius, who said, "A door to the backyard is not a real door. A woman is not a human being." This crew, made up almost entirely of women, is not unique. Women are working like this all over China. The women call themselves the March 8th crew. On March 8, 1857, one of the first demonstrations by women workers took place in the United States. It was organized by women in the textile industry. March 8th is International Women's Day.
In all directions. And the fishing gear? It's all right. But the people are wrong. Usually we're on the bridge in front of the helm. That's where we study on board. We don't sit there, but over here. And the compass shouldn't be here. It's too far away. The wave hitting the deck is so big, it's covering all the hatches. Everything is underwater up to here. The wave's too high. That other wave could break the windows. If it were that big, it would come all the way up to here. A wave breaks, hits the deck, and comes down with a tremendous roar. The pilot's cabin is pretty small. If the windows were broken like that, we'd be blown away. And this one, I think it's fine. Here, we'd need 2 boats to pull the nets. One isn't enough. Those pieces of flying glass look too big. But is that glass or sea spray? Sea spray. If the spray were finer and looked more like water, it would be better. The steam up there looks good. But when we wear a cap, we don't leave our braids hanging loose. We tuck them in. Yes, but if we're all bundled up like that, nobody will know we're women. The woman at the helm is well done. She's perfect. But the wave doesn't look real. It looks like a waterfall. If it hits the boat, the spray should be like bits of flying glass. It should look more like the one underneath. But now, it looks too much like a waterfall. The woman leaning sideways isn't realistic. She should be leaning forward. You can't hold the helm with just one hand. 2 are hardly enough. She's pretty brave. Your advice is very helpful. Do you have any other comments? For example, in this sketch, I'll do the wave over again. Is the other wave all right? It's okay. Do you see anything else? No, that's all. Your sketches are very good. And we wish you even more success in the future. We have to go now. Goodbye.
Even after retiring, the old fishermen like to keep close ties with life at sea. Here they donate their time to cut stakes used in growing algae.
This morning, the motorized boat pulled 20 or 30 nets. It could hardly move. It can't pull that many. That's too much, much too much. It went out. Give me a light.
In this village, nearly 1,500 children attend school through the high school level. In China, teachers are almost always assigned to schools in their local area. There are 40 teachers here. 36 of them were born right in this village. Teachers are paid by the brigade. Their salaries are based on the same system of work points as the fishermen. We're at D's house. He is the new chairman of the village's revolutionary committee.
Like this, look. And this finger here. Like this. Then turn. Are you satisfied with 4 daughters? Don't you wish you had a boy too? At first, I was disappointed. Later on, I understood men and women are equal. Did you go to school when you were young? Since I was born in the old society and my family was very poor, I couldn't go to school. When did you learn to read and write? I learned in the People's Liberation Army. We all studied together, with the leader's help. Now I know how to read. Yes, now I can read and write. You're the chairman of the Revolutionary Committee. How are you paid? I still work with the brigade, even though I'm in charge of the Revolutionary Committee. We're all equal. I earn points according to the work I do. Is your salary higher than the fishermen's? No. Since I work a little less than the fishermen, I earn less than they do. Twice a year we discuss the distribution of work points. At the beginning and at the end of the year. Each person proposes his own salary, then everyone discusses it. Sometimes people ask for more than they deserve. Do you really practice democracy in the brigade? In our brigade, the cadres must consult the people before making a decision. For instance, when a problem comes up, or a production schedule needs to be decided, the cadres consult the workers. They exchange opinions. The discussion goes from the workers and back to the workers many times. Decisions made unanimously carry more weight. In all, there are more than 1,200 families. Our production brigade is quite large. To improve the standard of living, we now have a nursery, a kindergarten, public baths, a clubhouse, a reading room, and a sports field. Carry me. To the street. I'll carry you all on my back, okay? Come on. All aboard, let's go. No one else? Here I go. Okay, I need a rest. That's enough. Try this mixture again, all right? Are you working a lot? Not too much. Get some rest then, okay? Goodbye.
Vous n'avez jamais eu envie d'être médecin dans une grande ville?
Have you ever wanted to practice in a big city? I've never thought about it. I've never wanted to. I like it here.
À votre avis, pourquoi le président Mao, au début de la révolution culturelle, a dit que les médecins étaient comme des seigneurs dans les villes?
In your opinion, why did Chairman Mao say at the beginning of the Cultural Revolution that doctors were like lords in the big cities? The city doctors thought they were above it all. They didn't care about peasants like us. When we went for a consultation, the doctors treated us lightly and weren't very helpful. That's why we didn't like them very much. Now the city doctors help us a lot. Sometimes they come to the country with knapsacks full of medicine and instruments. They come to pay house calls. So the peasants really like them now. They also do minor surgery on the spot. Can you tell us what the barefoot doctors are? The barefoot doctors What's the matter? I have a cold and my back hurts. Sore throat? I'll give you something for it. About the barefoot doctors. Our country has a large population. The rural regions, especially the more remote ones, need doctors and medicine. The hospitals alone can't take care of all the patients. So we asked for help from high school students, who are good workers and very willing. After they finish school, they spend a certain amount of time doing manual work. Then they come here. We send them to the local hospital as apprentices. Then they come back here again to practice medicine. They work, and at the same time, they study and improve their professional skills. Even though they haven't been to medical school, they take care of the rural population wholeheartedly, and they're welcome everywhere. After a while, we send them back to the hospital again to perfect their skills. Now medical care is more accessible to the peasants. In our brigade, common illnesses are treated on the spot. How are you paid? On the work point scale, I earn 83 points. In other words, more than 600 yuans a year. Do you earn more than the fishermen? That depends. Some make more, others less. I make the same as the average fisherman. Are you married? Do you have children? Yes, I have 4. 3 go to school. The eldest is already working. What does he do? He grows algae. He works on a boat. And your wife? She's a seamstress. I have a packet twice a day. Take your medicine after meals, 1 pill, 3 times a day.
The drugstore is part of the clinic. In exchange for a yearly fee of 1 yuan, people receive all medical care and medicine free of charge.
Your ticket, please. What's the matter with him? He has pimples on his face and body. Hasn't it cleared up since the last time? Yes, but it started again. Give them to him after meals. 3 pills after each of the 3 meals. And he should drink a lot. Apply this cream to his body. Our studies helped us to understand the importance of birth control, and we were the first to practice it. Then we formed this group to get the information around to everyone else. We try to stress the importance of birth control in our family planning program. We give out information concerning the use of contraceptives. For example, the IUD and the pill, and also about abortions in some cases. Our main reason for family planning is not overpopulation. We practice it to maintain the health of the mother and child and to fully liberate women. Having a lot of children is not prohibited. Is the pill free? Yes, it's distributed free by the state. Are abortions available? Yes, but only if requested. We don't recommend it. Is it free? Yes. What method do you use? We usually use vacuum aspiration. Do women over 40 usually have many children? Yes, a lot. We have 5, 6, or even 8 children. We still run into obstacles, not only from women, but from young people too. Even though they understand the importance of birth control, they're still bogged down in ideas from the old society. They're afraid of not having enough children. In the past, young people got married at 21 or 22. Nowadays, we encourage them to get married later. They marry at about 26 or 25. The old people think that the sooner their children marry, the sooner their grandchildren will help support the family. Anyone who thinks like that is in a hurry to get married. But young people should take advantage of their freedom to study and contribute to the great revolutionary movement. Marriage and children are a heavy burden, so we need to promote the concepts of birth control and late marriage. How many children do each of you have? I don't have any. I have 3. 3. I have 4. I have 4 too. I'm older. When family planning began in '64, I already had 4 children. And don't you want any children? Not now. Maybe in a year or 2. What kind of work do you do? I'm a doctor. I work in the fishing net factory. So do I. I'm an accountant in the shipyard. Did you go to school? I didn't go to school. It was impossible in the old society. Do you know how to read and write? I can't write, but I can read more or less. And the other women? Yes, we've all been to school. I had 6 years of school because it was after liberation.
Setting up an easel beside the sea like this is quite a revolution in Chinese painting. Before, Chinese artists got their inspiration from the work of other painters, instead of using the outside world as a model. There are professional artists like this one who have begun to paint reality. But today, workers and peasants are becoming artists too, painting the story of their lives in their new world. There is even one commune with 600 peasant painters. This is the season when algae is harvested. Even the village school has its own algae field. This teacher and his students do all the planting and harvesting together. The sale of the algae pays for all their school supplies. This is edible algae. It is salted and dried and then shipped all over the country. The algae is eaten as a vegetable and is also used in making certain medicines. Large-scale cultivation of algae began in 1966. The algae is grown from plankton on ropes, which are strung underwater between wooden stakes about 3 or 4 miles from the coast.
The door is in bad shape. That's why it's not watertight. All it needs is a little fixing. The rest is okay. There's just the bottom of this piece and the rim up there. I'm afraid there's a hole. Don't bother working on the roller, just the boards. How are you doing? Good, so it'll be ready soon. It's going pretty fast. You'll have to remove all the rust. Otherwise the paint won't stick. Be sure you get it all off. I'll get you some varnish. The ladder is shaky. I'll hold it for you. Be careful. Be sure to take off all the rust before you paint.
Vous êtes le capitaine du bateau?
Are you the captain of the boat? Yes.
Et vous?
And you? I'm in charge of the shipyard.
Il y a longtemps que vous êtes capitaine de bateau?
Have you been a captain for a long time? Yes, quite a few years now. How long? 17 years.
Vous avez des enfants?
Do you have any children? Yes, 6.
Ils sont pêcheurs aussi?
Are they fishermen too? Yes, the youngest works on a motorized boat, and the eldest does too, as a mechanic.
Ils travaillent avec vous?
Do they work with you? We're part of the same crew, and we're in the same group, but we're not on the same boat. My father was a fisherman too, but he fished along the coast, and I fish on the open sea.
Vous avez un équipage de combien?
How many are there in your crew? 11.
Et vous allez loin en haute mer?
Do you go far out on the open sea? Yes. We fish off the coast of other provinces, Zhejiang, Liaoning, Hebei, and so on. Our boats have motors, so we can go safely wherever we like. If there's a typhoon warning, we can get back to port in time. Usually it's not dangerous. First we consult our partner boat. We tell them we have to return to port because we've received a typhoon warning by radio and that we've been ordered to return for our own safety. Usually everybody agrees to go back. But even if we're sure they'll agree, we consult them anyway. That way, everybody returns willingly. Did you have difficulty understanding the Cultural Revolution at first? Yes, I did. I felt confused, sometimes even upset and distressed. I didn't know which way to turn. The situation was very disturbing. It was a difficult problem. At that time, I really didn't understand what the Cultural Revolution meant. I was absorbed in my work. I didn't know which direction was the right one. What could I do? I was in quite a dilemma. Whom should I obey? But deep down, I told myself I should listen to Chairman Mao. Do you think it's right to follow people without understanding? In the end, it was positive. At first, I had trouble understanding. But little by little, I came to understand. Have they been working as sailors for a long time? It's been 3 years. Do you like this kind of work? Yes. And the others? We do too. What did you do before? All sorts of things. What sort of things exactly? A lot of us wove fishing nets. I used to raise sable on a farm. And you? I wove nets. And you? I grew algae. I worked on land. It's harder at sea. But we're not afraid. Are you proud to be sailors? Yes, we're very proud. How many are you? 19. Are there many others who would like to do this kind of work? Yes, a lot. Did you have to oppose your father? My father was against it at first. Even some men refused to do this work. So why should you do it, he said. I want to try. If a man can do it, so can a woman. I overcame the conservative ideas of my parents. To convince my parents, I compared the old society with the new. Before, if a woman stepped on a net strung out on the beach, the net would be abandoned. It was a feudal custom. I was prejudiced in the beginning, too. I didn't believe they were equal to men, but later I saw they were outstanding in every way. Some said, what will the men do if women are capable of fishing? As if that could put the men out of work. They said, in the new society, women can work the land. That's hard enough. Deep sea fishing is too difficult for women, if not impossible. We got together to talk about our idea of going to sea. Then, we brought it up at a meeting of the party unit. They decided to let 4 of us try out on board. We chose the strongest ones, and they were able to do the work, sometimes as well as the men. The whole village was talking about it. People became very interested. They asked us if we got seasick. When they realized that we were up to it, everybody was pleased. When we came back to land the first time, everybody asked us, well, did you get seasick? When we said no, they were happy. You're terrific. Actually, we did get seasick on board, but the villagers had given us remedies against seasickness. They encouraged us to stick to it. It's easier now. But there are still men with you on the boat. Yes. How many men are on the boat? 3. And how many women? 7. But eventually we won't need the men. The 3 men are our teachers. We learn from them. Some of the women are good mechanics. They work really well in the engine room. Do you think you can really manage a boat without men on board? Yes, we're sure we can. You would like to make it alone, or do you think it's really possible? We're determined. They've been working on board for 2 years. The women handle themselves well. They've earned everyone's respect. Do you think you'll still be able to go out to sea when you're married and have children? We'll go to sea if necessary. I've never thought about it. Me neither. Goodbye. 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 You need time to change your ideas, especially when you're old. It's hard to adapt to new ideas, but that's only natural. It's not that old ideas no longer exist. They haven't been completely eliminated. They still exist, in some people more than others. You can't get rid of them all at once. But they're starting to disappear. The difference is really striking. Do you think you still have some of the old ideas? I'm no exception. I also had self-centered individualistic ideas. Sometimes very selfish ones. I learned from the Cultural Revolution, and the new brigade leaders were a good example of how to be less selfish. So my ideas are changing, little by little. Is democracy generally respected in the brigade? Yes, now it is. If you disagree on certain issues, or if you see something that's against the interests of the brigade or the state, now you can object. Before it was different. We just carried out the orders from above. We couldn't object. Anyway, it would have been pointless. Do you think there will be other cultural revolutions? A new revolution. After the Cultural Revolution, Chairman Mao warned us that there would be new political struggles, that they would be unavoidable. But personally, I don't understand the meaning of his words. I don't see how this revolution will come about.
This 50-year-old captain is a member of the Communist Party. The Cultural Revolution still leaves him a little puzzled. The divisions and doubts within society are also reflected in the party.
This is what I think. Lao Yuan just told us about the proposal of the Brigade Revolutionary Committee. I think it's good and practical. Right now there are lots of fish. In the gulfs of Bohai, Liaoning, and Tongshigo. I agree that we should send one motorized boat from each group to take part in the big catch. As you all know, our group has been hit hard. The typhoon carried off 30 nets and ruined a lot of others. In all, we lost 60 nets. If we send the motorized boat out to sea, won't that hurt our coastal fishing? It would be like the old proverb which says, a board outside means an unfinished house. So we have to really think about it. We'll succeed. We have the leadership of the party and Chairman Mao. Just like Dajai. With 3 boats, we can do the work of 4. I guarantee you that if we send the motorized boat to the northeast, our other 3 boats will still be enough. I'm sure of it. Are you so sure? We need revolutionary spirit. That we have. We need to follow the Dajai example. But I have one question. We need all 4 boats in the coastal group for working the daily tides, 2 high ones and 2 low ones. I agree with Socha. In trying to make the northeast voyage a success, we might fail here. The group will only have 3 boats left, and without the motorized boat, it'll be more difficult. Instead of going so far away, we should stay here, especially since it'll be the big season soon. As far as I know, from past experience, some of our fishermen have always sailed to the northeast to follow the migration at this time of year. When the fishing season is over here, the bayous are in the Pohai Gulf. We should catch them when they start south. Go after them as soon as possible, to catch as many as we can. That's what we've got to do. We can overcome the difficulties. We can solve this problem. You just said that the fish will head south soon. Then why can't we wait for them here, instead of going so far away? It'll be too late. We have to get there early to make a good catch. and not wait here twiddling our thumbs. You're right. I'm convinced. I realize we have to leave as soon as possible. But there's another important problem. Safety. Our motors aren't strong enough, and the crew isn't big enough. We'd have a hard time fighting a typhoon. Since the boat is small and the motor's not very powerful, it won't be easy going to the Liaoning Gulf. The others have 40 to 60 horsepower motors, even 200 to 300, and ours don't go beyond 12. So I think it's dangerous with such small boats to go out where the wind and waves are so strong. Besides, as Tsien said, we usually need 20 people for 10 nets. That'll only leave 12 for coastal fishing. And I don't think that's enough. Think it over. The safety problem can be solved. A few years ago, we went fishing out there in sailboats. And now, we have motorized boats with radios that give us weather reports. That should make us safe. So I say that this problem can be solved, don't you? I want to answer Comrade Chang on the subject of watching the nets. As everybody knows, we've had some very serious disasters this year. Lao Pi called a meeting under the auspices of the Brigade's Revolutionary Committee. I listened to his talk. Before, a similar disaster would have completely ruined us. So if you don't believe me, ask the old fishermen here. They know. In the past, we were exploited by our bosses. We didn't have enough clothes. At sea, we only had cornbread to eat. We'd start at dawn and return late at night. During the high season, we'd go out twice a day. Since liberation, we have the good leadership of the party and Chairman Mao's revolutionary line. We have Dajai's example. We can succeed in the struggle against nature, too. We can work with 30, even 40 nets. That's true. We were exploited by our bosses because they held the power. Now, we're in the new society. But we still shouldn't take too many risks. If we back down too easily, it'll affect our production over the next 6 months. We can't look at things that way. We have to solve all the practical problems before we go out to sea. If something goes wrong on board, and a typhoon surprises us, with one boat out there alone, we won't stand a chance. That's easy to take care of. The committee has decided to group the boats by threes. If something happens to one of them, the other two can help. I'm sure it will work. Yes, that's true. We'll be able to avoid losses and increase production. For my part, I'm ready to go fishing on the high seas.
Some voted against the departure, others remained silent, but the majority of the fishermen agreed. They'll be heading out on the high seas in search of the fish.
the base of the 337th Artillery Regiment, 179th Division, Nanking Military Region.
你们背得真好啊！今天练的可能还是时间长嘞。
We lived in a room like this one for several weeks. This way, we observe the daily activities of a company. Right now, it's 5:30 a.m.
I'm the commander of this regiment. My name is Wu Hai Hai. I enlisted in 1953. I was born in Anhui province, in the county of Luqiang. I'm from a poor peasant family. There are 5 people in my family, 3 children, and my wife. My wife, Susan Liang, works in a soap factory. Here, I live with the deputy commander, who's over there. My name is Wang Kensen. I was born in 1937 in Anhui province. The commander and I are from the same area. I joined the army in 1956. About my family, I'm married, and we have 1 child. My wife works in a factory. She's helping to build socialism that way. This is our office. This is his desk, and that one's mine. The 2 of us share this closet. The top part is his, the bottom is mine. We keep our books and a few other things in it. From here you can see the barracks. Down there is the basketball court. I play basketball a lot with the men. I really like playing. As for becoming an officer, the best men are chosen from the ranks by their fellow soldiers. We discuss the candidates in our party group, and the party committee approves the choice. That's how you become an officer. Are there any military schools? There are military schools, but they're not so important. They're mostly used to help the officers become more competent and improve their skills. But for the most part, officers are trained in the field. How is the work week organized? Each week, we have 4 days of military training, 1 day of political studies, half a day for the party activities, and half a day for the youth league. Saturday afternoon is for the youth league activities. Time is allotted for the company's needs too. For example, for growing crops or catching up on a class.
哎，在这，你到这里，你到这里，上一步。哎，没问题，对。上一步。哎呀，完了。啊，不是的。
At around 10 o'clock, the soldiers have some time off.
哎呀，可以了，是吧？可以了，哎呦，哎呀，这个过去。哎呀，也拿这个，对，乖，这个家伙花了好大代价。忘掉了。哎呀，完了。这里嘛，啊，到这里讲这个，讲的小心。相机没动，线哪里没动？没有了。他那个换了，别讲，你下不了。我这里的话讲。行啊。我来干。好，班长，慢点啊。好。慢点啊。张嘴对嘴啊。那个。好的，结束了啊，一盘。看我们其他干部还有没有啊？没有。大家呢？没有，我看今这个会是就这样开。
Once a week, the squad leaders and the officers have a meeting.
啊，这个发言的同志。
If someone would like to start, we can begin.
好，下面我来讲。
I'll start.
下面我把我们7班。
I've summarized the comments my squad made yesterday about the company officers. Now, I'll explain them here to the squad leaders and the officers. There are 3 points. First, about our company commander. He's not strict enough about our company regulations. More specifically, the routine cleaning of the weapons is sometimes overlooked. Also, we're not careful enough about the way the mess hall is run. We've started to notice that we've been wasting food. We waste a little every day, and in a year, this adds up to a lot of food. If everyone wasted food like this, it would be disastrous. The company commanders should be more strict about this. Our company commander has a strong sense of responsibility. He's very demanding and quite strict during training. But his criticisms aren't always right. He's sometimes overcritical. For example, some of the new recruits aren't in shape yet. They need practice. Instead of making ineffective criticisms, the company commander should help them by pointing out their weaknesses. That's what we have to say about our company commander. I think that in some cases, the company officers, especially myself, haven't been as thorough as we could have been in our political work. No, it's not your fault. It's mostly mine. No, it's my fault. All the squad leaders have said so. One of our squad members dropped a piece of bread on the ground, so he fed it to the pigs. The instructor saw it happen. But instead of talking to the man privately, he criticized him in front of the whole company at the General Assembly. I think the criticism was right, but the way he did it was wrong. You have to find the best way to make each criticism. Comrade, you say that the instructor didn't deal with it properly. I say we must criticize all faults, no matter how. I think we should take the way we criticize into account. I don't agree with you. We must criticize each mistake. We should have high standards in the army. Exactly. We should have high standards in the way we criticize, too. I believe that we should make our criticisms carefully, with the right approach. And we have to be aware of what effect the criticisms have. The purpose of criticism is to educate. If we want to educate, then we have to use the right approach. I've really learned a lot from this. Any other comments? So, is the meeting over? That's it then.
Being in the army is a privilege in China. Although anyone over the age of 18 is eligible, not everyone who wants to can join. Perhaps the most important requirement is strength of character. Honesty, for example. Class background is important, too. The son of a worker or a peasant has the best chance. Although almost all young people would like to join, only 1 out of 15 will be chosen. Today's menu is pork with green peppers, eggplant, soup and rice.
He's the company commander. I'm an instructor. He's second in command. He's a courier, secretary, bugler, and he's also a courier. Do the officers always eat with the men? Yes. It's one aspect of the unity between officers and soldiers. This way, we all confront the same difficulties. Officers and soldiers are politically equal. We work, we eat, we relax, and we train together. Do the officers eat the same food as the soldiers? Yes, we all eat the same thing. Look over there. It's the same food. Why don't you wear officer's stripes? Wearing stripes sets officers apart from soldiers. Not wearing stripes brings us together. When were they abolished? In 1965. So how can you tell the difference between an officer and a soldier? An officer's jacket has 4 pockets, and a soldier's has only 2. Why the 2 extra pockets? Soldiers wear ammunition belts, so extra pockets would get in the way. But officers use these pockets for their papers. We try to supply all our own needs. You see these vegetables? We grew them ourselves. And the meat comes from the animals we raise. This morning, I went to the meeting of the officers and the squad leaders. I explained all the criticisms you'd made about the commander and the other company officers. They agreed with all your comments and made their own self-criticisms. During the meeting, we had different ideas on certain issues. For example, about the wasted bread. Some people said that the political instructor used the wrong approach by criticizing the man in front of the whole company. Other people thought he used the right approach. We discussed the problem and worked it out according to the principle that one is divided into two, that the person and the act are separable. This means that the criticism must be aimed at the wrong that was done, and not the person who did it. If you have any other comments to make, or questions to ask, go right ahead. Our discussion will improve the work we're doing in this company, and will help the nation. No, that's it. All our comments have already been reported by the squad leader. Squad number 8 has criticized me, for some very good reasons. About the bread. I didn't know enough about the situation. Not enough. So, I took it a little lightly. Perhaps a little too lightly. Too lightly. I'm glad you brought this up. I think that's good. Very good. You have to stand up straight. Hold the rope so that it's perpendicular to the body. Find the right angle. Put your leg back like this. Hold your right hand out. Hold it out. Step back with your left foot and turn towards the squad leader. Got that? Yes. Let's go over it. All right. There, that's good. But a little more of an angle. Move to the side. Bend your right knee. That's good. Wait for the signal. That's it. Officer, go ahead. On your mark, fire. That's very good. You're improving, getting better. Wait, I'll show you. When you're handed the shell, turn right. Step forward with your right foot, the right foot, and then the left one. Put the head of the shell in first, and lower the base. As you lift, push as hard as you can. As hard as you can.
This is a scale model of the Battle of Lingfen, fought in 1948 by the Red Army against Chiang Kai-shek's troops. In reconstructing this battle, these officers are studying the principles for which a people's war is fought. These principles, laid out by Mao Zedong during 30 years of revolutionary warfare, are still considered valid today. In 1927, the Red Army was tiny. It had only 2,000 men, forced to hide in the mountains. Today, it is the People's Liberation Army, the army of a nation 800 million strong. The question is whether or not the standing army of this large nation can stay true to the spirit of popular revolutionary fighters. So far, it has taken long and bitter political struggles, the severing of ties with the Soviet Union, the upheavals of the Cultural Revolution, and the struggle against Lin Piao. Today, the most important issue is how to keep alive the spirit of the early days of the revolution.
I fought in this battle. I'll try to answer your questions. I'm sure the commander will help me if I leave something out. But you won't. Go ahead. After Tang Quan fell, the enemy thought that the battle would be taken up again on this side. So they moved fresh troops to defend the eastern gate. Meanwhile, we set dynamite here, at the enemy's weak point. There was an explosion. It exploded. And just as it was exploding, we attacked. Some of our troops went to the right, some to the left. The rest went through here, here, and went around here to encircle and then break up the enemy's defense line.
The soldiers talk over the plan of action, just as they would before a battle. Later, they'll discuss what happened. They are trying to put military democracy into practice.
Comrades, our strategy depends on the enemy positions, the local terrain, and on our goals. The first three positions are held by enemy reinforcement troops. Our main objective is to open up a passageway by wiping out the enemy on hills 2 and 3 with the help of our squad number 5. So what will our strategy be? Who wants to answer? Chairman Mao says, always aim for only one of the enemy's weak points, to be sure to annihilate it, and then destroy the other positions one at a time. It would be better to break through here, right here. The ground is rough, and we're protected from enemy fire. I think we'd do best to break through here, in front of Hill 2, because it's closer to our positions. I don't agree. Explain why not. I don't think we should attack from the right, because it's hilly there. We couldn't spread out, and we'd be exposed to enemy fire from Hill 4. We could lose a lot of men, but it's possible to wipe them out without even exposing ourselves. It's much better from the left, because there's a ravine, which protects us from enemy fire. From here, it would be easier to surround, then trap, and wipe out the enemy. All right? So, here's my plan. Group number 2 takes a position to the right, about 50 yards from here. Group number 1, right in front of them. Group number 3, near the woods. Okay, man your positions.
Purse your lips. Put your tongue against the mouthpiece. Take a deep breath and press your lips tightly against the instrument. Here, I'll show you. And now for the drills. Ready? Did you understand? I'll demonstrate. You correct my mistakes. You take the defense, I'll attack. Did you see that? I missed him every time. Sir, your attack was generally strong, but I saw two weak points. First, the thrust wasn't fast enough, not fast enough. And then, your aim wasn't very good. You should attack with more spirit. I'll show you. Look. Yes, I see. My movements were too loose. Sir, one more thing. Before thrusting the bayonet, you moved back, so your opponent could dodge the blow. You lost some momentum when you moved back. And also, you didn't step forward when you thrust the rifle. And you lifted up too high. Your opponent noticed this. That's why your attack failed. Those were good criticisms. Left face, left, forward, double time march.
The division soldiers cultivate a total of 830 acres of land. Each regiment operates a farm, and each company is responsible for growing vegetables and raising pigs on its own grounds.
I'm in charge of expenditures and bookkeeping for the company. I'm a soldier from squad number 5, 2nd platoon. I was born in Shantung, and I enlisted in 71. I was elected by my section to be on the financial committee. I work with the sergeant major and the quartermaster. We had discussions in each platoon and in each squad. After these meetings, we decided to form this committee. The party committee group approved it. The main job of the financial committee is to supervise the sergeant major's expenditures. The financial committee is responsible for managing the mess hall, for production, yes, we also deal with production, and for all minor expenses, such as the upkeep of the club. There, it's finished. Check it to see if there are any mistakes. Here, you can check this. Check it. After you've gone over it, Chen Qianfu will make a copy of it to post up.
The financial committee is one of the ways the Army is trying to institute economic democracy. Political, military, and economic democracy are what are called in China the three great democracies. The Army is able to pay for 80% of its own needs, including food, everyday items, and some of its arms. The Army does not want to be a drain on the national economy, nor does it want to play an elitist role in the society. The idea is that military men remain the same as ordinary workers. Officers take turns working in the kitchen every day. For 1 month each year, officers become regular soldiers again.
A little less. Watch out. Stoke the fire.
Ground soybeans are made into a rather bland dough. The dough is then used in many different recipes and is a staple part of the diet. With leftover fat from its pigs, the company makes its own soap. There are a few women's combat units, mostly in the Navy and the Air Force. But in general, there are not many women in the Army. These women are not members of the Army. They are officers' wives. Trying to be self-sufficient, they put together a machine to standardize the soap bars. They made it with a pedal, a spring, and a counterweight. Tsien Liang is the commander's wife. Her home is a quarter of a mile away from the barracks. Her husband lives in the barracks along with the other officers. He only comes home once a week.
Be quiet. Calm down. Be quiet while Mommy's cooking dinner. Are you doing your homework? Oh, you're back, Daddy. Yes, I'm doing my homework. That's good. Stay here. There. I got a good grade in math. Don't be so selfish. Show him. Show it to your brother. Mommy's making dinner. It'll be ready soon. I'm hungry. Mommy, I want some candy. Mommy, I want some candy. In a little while. You'll get some soon, but stop whining. Here. Here's your harmonica.
Small-scale light industry has been a tradition in the Red Army since the Communist Revolution. The tradition was developed during the Cultural Revolution. This workshop, which produces pharmaceutical goods, has been functioning since 1970. Before, officers' wives stayed home, but now they all work in shops like these.
What kind of medicine are you making? It's gentian. Who will use it? It's primarily for the army. But if there's a surplus, we'll sell it wholesale. What is your husband's job? My husband is head of the political section within the regiment. So your husband's a high-ranking officer. He's the head of the political section. My name is Shu Senhua. My husband is Wang Shuangfu. He commands the 1st Battalion. My husband is deputy commander of the political section. I've been here since '67. My name is Cheng Yufang. and I've been working for 3 years. My husband is head of the 3rd Battalion. Are you paid? Yes. How much? We each make 28 yuans a month. And do you need it? No. My husband makes 90 yuans. That's enough for the family. We're not working for the money, but rather to transform our thinking. Does your family need the money you make here? I work to serve the people. We don't need it to live on. And you? My husband's salary is enough, and I don't think I should sit around doing nothing. If we have 2 hands, we should put them to good use. Women and men are equal, politically as well as economically. Whatever men can do, we can do too. Women hold up half the sky.
Soldiers and peasants are finishing the construction of a dam near a village about 8 miles from the barracks. These soldiers are helping the villagers build a cultural center. Each company is linked to a village. The soldiers come out once a week to help. They stay longer if there's a lot of work or if it's harvest time.
Watch carefully, and then you try. Put your right foot back here. Left foot bent forward. When you're in position, lower the head of the shell. Once it's in there, look inside. With your right hand, push the shell in. About 1 foot. Push like this. Push hard. And that's it. Let's try it. Not like that. Push as hard as you can. Just one push. Very hard. Start over. The shell should be in this hand.
One of the Army's most important jobs is training the militia. In both the countryside and the city, many millions of men and women participate in militia training programs. The Army itself is much smaller. It organizes large strategic operations, whereas the militia is responsible for local defense. The militia is a real armed force, trained in the handling of heavy weapons. The silt dredged from the bottom of ponds is used as fertilizer. Mao Zedong said in 1938, the army must be one with the people so that they see it as their own army. That kind of army is invincible. To be one with the people, that is still the goal and rule of the army. It is the opposite of the traditional army, an army that is isolated, arrogant, parasitic. The Chinese soldiers helped the people and learned from them as well. During the Communist Revolution, it was mostly peasants who fought in the Red Army. Soldiers and peasants continued to work together side by side. Their destinies and that of the revolution are closely linked.
Sometimes the workers from the generator factory in Shanghai organize a kind of celebration for themselves and their children. The main attraction is a foot race through the factory grounds.
Before the Cultural Revolution, we all had time cards. Let me show you. We had to punch in at the main entrance. Here there was a large board. There were 300 of us in the shop. You had to have your card punched every morning. You had to punch in on one side, turn the card over, and put it back. We had to punch it twice, in the morning and out in the evening. Any lateness was penalized. If it happened more than once, you would lose your bonus, or your salary would be lowered. Everything was put in terms of money. No one believed in our political consciousness. It was a way of dividing the workers. We don't punch in anymore. Everyone is conscientious. There are only a few who arrive late, and they just explain why. For example, suppose you live far away and come to work by bicycle. The chain breaks on the way. You arrive late. You just tell your comrades what happened. Everything is explained, and that's the end of it. There are still some workers who lack self-discipline. We have to try to educate them very patiently. We try to convince them. Since the Cultural Revolution, we take our work more seriously. We've progressed ideologically, and our consciousness is higher. People are seldom late now and show a lot of initiative, so our production has increased considerably. If you have confidence in the workers, they'll show initiative. But if you don't trust them, they'll lose interest in their work. How do you establish production standards? We used to use a stopwatch like this to calculate the time needed to make each part. We thought this was a scientific method. For example, if you started working on a part, I'd take out my stopwatch and start it, then put it back in my pocket. Later on, I'd check the watch to see how much work time it took to finish. I'd verify the actual work time. We've done away with these methods. The production schedule used to be decided by a small minority. Now the workers set it up themselves. They have a higher level of consciousness. The new standards are set by a 3-in-1 group of cadres, workers, and technicians. The group sets up the new standards, paying special attention to the workers' initiative. Now we use 3-in-1 groups of cadres, technicians, and workers who meet to discuss the standards. Before, there were jobs we couldn't finish on time. Now, with our new standards, our production has increased. Take, for example, the 125,000 kilowatt pump. Before, it took 15 days to make one. Now, it only takes 3 days. That's it. How much do you earn? The salary question is a complicated one. We inherited it from the old society. There's a nationwide effort to narrow the gaps. I started at the factory after the liberation. With my seniority, I earn 105 yuans. And you? 74. 80 yuans. I make 69 yuans. I make 53 yuans. I'm new. I make only 42 yuans. 58 yuans. In our shop, the highest salary is 126 yuans. And the lowest is 42 yuans. 42 yuans.
The workers are organized in groups of 12. Each person, besides his regular job, takes on other responsibilities for things like health, safety, or bookkeeping. This keeps the office staff to a minimum. In these same groups, people discuss the political side of everything, from national issues to everyday life.
I think the question is, should factories use the bonus system at this stage? If we raise this question in the context of socialism, I think we must differentiate between a cash stimulation and a reward system. I think the reward system is really necessary. We must not confuse it with the system of cash stimulation advocated by Liu Shaoqi. The reward system only benefits those who really deserve it. You say the reward system benefits the most deserving. Therefore, only a few workers, in other words, those who work more. I don't see much difference between the cash stimulation and reward systems. I say we need the reward system. At this stage of socialism, advanced workers who make significant contributions should be rewarded. The reward system is necessary. I don't agree with her. She says the reward system is only for those who've made significant contributions. If that's true, then it concerns very few workers. If we have to establish a system, let's not create one for just a few. Xiaozhou says there is a difference between the reward and the cash stimulation systems. I say they're the same. Why? Because the reward system will never liberate our productive energies. Only the revolution can. It has nothing to do with Liu Shaoqi's cash stimulation. I think some material incentives are still needed. In the socialist system, we distribute in proportion to work. To each according to his work. If you do a lot of work, and your level of consciousness is high, you have a right to an appropriate material reward. You think we're talking about cash stimulation. You're confused. In a socialist society, each worker must become a conscious revolutionary. Otherwise, we'll stay dependent on rewards and lose our revolutionary consciousness. The rewards only benefit a minority. I maintain there's no difference. You say that it encourages the more advanced workers and stimulates the slower ones. I'm all for giving bonuses to the advanced workers, but do you think a hero like Lei Feng needed a reward? In giving them bonuses, you're actually belittling them. For example, take a sick man who needs medical care. He may need a little opium. But you're healthy. And if I give you some opium, Perhaps it will make you feel good. You'll respond to the stimulation, but gradually you'll need more and more, and finally become addicted. Nowadays, we don't work for capitalists or bosses. We work for the people. That's why the quality of your work directly affects all the workers. When you understand the new production methods, you'll take your work more seriously. As long as we emphasize the political side of things, there's no harm in material rewards. And they go along with the principle of from each according to his ability to each according to his work. We've been talking about a reasonable system of rewards, but we're not neglecting political work. Reasonable rewards doesn't mean stopping political work. But there's a contradiction. Either we raise the level of consciousness or we give out rewards. The two things are contradictory. It's obvious. Everything depends on politics, including economics. It's got nothing to do with rewards. Chairman Mao wasn't talking about rewards when he spoke about just ideas and the transformation of the world. But you're forgetting what Lenin said about using propaganda to help production. Yes, Lenin said to consider historical context, otherwise nothing makes sense, right? But the Liu Shaoqi group also talked about reasonable rewards. So they gave out bonuses. And then what happened? Look at what happened in shop number 11. They decided to use the reward system. And what good was it? In the beginning, little by little, the bonuses were not so important. But little by little, they weren't enough. And in the end, everyone wanted bonuses. Bonuses for everyone with no exception. I think time is almost up. The discussion has been very interesting and lively. It really shows us that everyone has his own idea on the reward system. To summarize, there are two opinions. Some say we need a reward system to develop productive forces at a certain stage in the history of socialism. Others think these rewards do more harm than good, and that they encourage the notion of private property against the interests of the working class. These two points of view have not been resolved. We're out of time now. We can continue the discussion next time, all right?
The discussion here has come to a temporary halt. But as soon as the meeting is over, our cameraman, lycée, picks it up again. Before long, the entire film crew is in a heated debate over the same questions. Official policy is in favor of eliminating the bonus system, but putting that into practice is another matter. In many places, the question remains open.
They're all right. The discs can come up now. They can be attached.
Cheng and Huang are two officials in charge of running a generator factory. We met them at an exhibition on the Paris Commune.
I've worked here since the liberation of Shanghai. First, I was a worker. Then I was a party official until the Cultural Revolution. When the party committee was reinstated, I became assistant secretary. I've been here since the Great Leap Forward in '58. I was a quality controller in the casting section. I was an ordinary worker up until the Cultural Revolution. Then I took part in the revolt. Afterwards, I was elected to the Revolutionary Committee as a provisional member. Now I'm a permanent one, and I'm also on the party committee. A factory must be run by everyone together, and not by a few officials. The workers help run the entire factory, from general administration down to each workshop and group. They also take part in the leadership of the revolutionary committees and of the party committee. The workers actually run the factory themselves and make all the important decisions. At the beginning of the first 5-year plan, everything was completely centralized. We lacked experience. We were still using the Soviet system with one leader in charge. In the factory, there was one manager and one foreman in each shop. This kept the party on the sidelines and gave the power to a few individuals. The Central Committee and Chairman Mao noticed this, and things started to change during the second 5-year plan. Absolute ultra-democracy started during the Cultural Revolution. After our return to power and before the Revolutionary Committee was set up, at that time, the tendency toward ultra-democracy emerged in many areas. Before making any decisions, the party committee must consult the workers. We listen and we discuss. Whenever our opinions conflict, we ask the workers for advice. This way, the management staff and the workers can always come to an agreement. The factory used to be controlled by a national office. Now it's under city administration. It's administered by the Shanghai Bureau of Mechanical Industry. Our production is part of a state plan. The state includes our quality standards and our annual output in its plan. But the factory takes all the initiative in getting the job done and in mobilizing the workers.
Before deciding to film the generator factory, we visited a steel mill, a tractor factory, a shipyard, and a watch factory. In all, 14 factories. Some were well known for having played an outstanding role in the Cultural Revolution, but they weren't what we were looking for. We chose the generator factory because it had no special recommendation. It is just an ordinary factory. Twice a day, at 10 in the morning and at 4 in the afternoon, the factory comes to a halt for 20 minutes. The workers find many different ways of using the rest period. The factory has its own medical center, and each workshop has a first aid station. The doctors not only take care of on-the-job injuries, but also the general health needs of the workers and their families. One day a week, doctors and nurses work at the machines.
I feel faint sometimes, and I have a hard time waking up in the morning. Do you feel dizzy? I feel weak, no appetite. The baby's heartbeat is fine. You can get dressed. Do your feet swell? Neither of them? How old are you? 26. Is this your first child? Yes, it is. How long have you been married? Almost 2 years. When will you stop working? After the 6th month, we get lighter work. If you work on a lathe, for example, you can switch to the supply room. If you prefer to have your child in town, you can go to Shanghai a few days before. Yes, you can stop 2 weeks before. That way you can go to Shanghai. I will then. Maternity leave is 56 days, right? If it's a difficult birth, 77 days. 70 days. But if you need to ask your doctor to extend it, he'll agree. On maternity leave, we still get our salary. Yes, 100%. Nothing is deducted. In the medical center, we also have a family planning program. During consultations, we give advice and information on birth control. Some women take the pill, others use an IUD. If someone wants an abortion, we handle that too.
À qui vous confiez votre bébé après l'accouchement?
Who takes care of the baby after it's born? All the children go to the nursery on the factory grounds. While the child is nursing, the mothers work 7 hours a day, with 1 hour for nursing. Yes, 1 hour. The babies go to the nursing room when they're 56 days old. You were naughty. Now you're nice.
travaillez ici?
Do you work here? Yes, I do.
Qu'est-ce que vous faites comme travail?
What do you do? I'm an arc welder.
Votre femme est ici avec vous?
Is your wife here with you? No, just my daughter. My wife works in Hefei.
Vous vous occupez seule de l'enfant alors?
Then you take care of the baby yourself? Yes, I do.
Comment ça se fait que votre femme ne s'en occupe pas?
How come your wife doesn't take care of her? She's been with me ever since she was born. My wife was in Shanghai, and she didn't have any time to take care of her. She didn't have any time. Let's go home, Daddy. Daddy's going to take you somewhere. We'll go home. But don't you want to go watch the people fishing?
Some of the workers live in Shanghai, 20 miles away. Many of them prefer to go home only on weekends. During the week, they live in this building, on the factory grounds. Workers and cadres share rooms for 6 to 8 people.
Ah, you're back. I'm tired. Was it long? I'm ready for a shower.
Work starts here at 7:30 in the morning and ends at 5 in the afternoon. It's the same as in most other factories. In addition to the 2 daily breaks, work stops for lunch between 11:30 and 1 o'clock.
The factory employs more than 8,000 people in dozens of shops and offices. Our problem is how to bring the factory's leadership closer to the workers. Political consciousness and production can still be improved. Since we've become managers, we've often been tempted to sit back and relax. We work less and spend more time in the offices than with the workers. We usually just hand down the orders. Even the new cadres should do a lot of manual work to keep in touch with the workers. It's also the best way we have to keep check on revisionism. We've all been workers, Huang too. But if you stop manual work, you forget what it's like to be a worker. Besides, we must stay in close contact with the workers to really understand all the production problems. Our presence gives the workers a chance to tell us what's bothering them and to criticize our weak points. It's very important in changing our ideas and in our work. We've been talking things over in the shop. We don't think the managers come down to the shops enough to see about production. In the Shanghai watch factory, they've put up revolutionary dazibaos. Our whole section is talking about it. Today, the party committee has sent Comrade Chang to visit our section. This proves they are trying to follow the watch factory's example. We hope you'll come back when we finished our discussions. We'll let you know. It's good that you've come down to the shop. I happen to have a question. You can see we have a lot of stators, 100, 200, maybe 300, but almost no rotors. So we can't do any assembling. Our problem is we need more space and more manpower. That's what we need. How's it going? Not too bad. But we need machines. Like that one. We need to buy some more. We don't have enough. And as Xiao Kao said, we need rotors.
Newspapers in Shanghai have just published the articles and dazibaos written by the workers of the watch factory. The articles explain why they criticize the existing management and how they are experimenting with a more democratic system of factory management. In China, one of the essential roles of a newspaper is to make these experiments known, whether they are ultimately successful or not. For the last few days, articles about the watch factory have been stirring up a lot of interest in the factories around Shanghai, including the generator factory.
We've been having discussions here in the assembly shop. All the groups have talked things over. Everybody agrees. What the watch factory did was really good, but our factory is a big one, with 8,000 workers. The watch factory is much smaller. They produce less. We workers think that our factory, compared to the watch factory, still has a long way to go. We've got a lot to say about the management. Our dazibaos will be aimed at you. For example, about the work schedule. At the beginning of each month, we haven't got much work, but at the end of the month, we can hardly catch up. This is the kind of thing you managers ought to know about. The work plan must be more precise. You have to come to the shop more often, or our suggestions will be useless. If you don't, you'll get our dazibaos. You must keep on warning us about things. That's all well and good, but we want some action.
好坏无所谓，他领导正面这样无数的事。
We've heard that one of the shops is making parts that they don't need. But the management keeps on ordering. That's a waste. If that shop doesn't need any, we can give them to other shops. It's a case of irresponsibility. The management should be told to send them where they're needed and not where they're useless. We must meet our responsibilities and speak out. The watch factory is well ahead of us. As for the administrators, we hardly ever see them in the shops. They're used to listening to production reports from behind their desks, so they can never solve the workers' problems in time. What can we put for a title? Well, what about there's an old ox pulling the cart, which means we want the managers to help increase production. When did the watch factory article come out? March 10th. That proves the management is much too slow and are not determined. We try to call them on the phone, but the line's dead. It's like having a flat tire. The wheels are stuck in the desert sand. Yes, that's good. A truck gets stuck in the desert, and it makes a lot of noise, but doesn't go anywhere. Yes, the truck doesn't move. Good, that's right. We're driving a truck in the desert. In the desert. The first sentence is, our truck is in the desert. The motor is making a lot of noise, but the truck doesn't move. I'll start writing. Write big. That line, thicker. A truck rolling along. Pass me the blue pencil. Here it is. Just like in school. Draw the sand underneath. The comparison must be clear. It looks like it's on the next page. Here, technicians have united with the workers to improve production. We must protect the fruits of the Cultural Revolution. And here, we must establish new relationships between management and workers. Is it ready to go? We've emphasized how far behind we are in relation to the watch factory. 1, cadres must do manual labor. 2, get the workers to help improve management. Right? 3, stay in contact with the workers to solve problems fast. 4, resolve production problems dialectically. That's all? Nothing else? No, that's everything. Bring the glue. Over here. Do you want to sign? Who wants to sign first? Go on, go ahead. What about you, Tsien Yaote? Sign for all of us. Leave some room for the others. Your writing's too big. How's that? Okay? You just have to be clear about things. There may be other ways of doing things, but we prefer dajibaos. This way, our criticisms get around to all the workers. The workers heard about what was happening at the watch factory through the newspapers. They were excited about it and decided to do something along the same lines. In studying the watch factory, we managers realized how far behind we were. So we asked the workers to join us in starting this campaign. Had the criticisms made in the dajibaos already been brought to your attention in some other way? Yes, some of them, right? Yes, for example, some of the buildings have leaks, and there are production problems. We've made some changes in the way we work, but we're still not close enough to the workers. The distances between us still exist. We leaders have a hard time changing our views. It takes time. Chairman Mao says, as we transform the objective world, we must also transform our thinking, so that our ideas adjust to the new reality. That's why the workers say, we're like a car stuck in the sand. Are dajibaos the same today as they were during the Cultural Revolution? Their form is the same as at the beginning of the Cultural Revolution, but the content has changed. During the Cultural Revolution, their main objective was to condemn the reactionary bourgeois line of Liu Shaoqi. Today, they criticize mistakes made by officials in their work. The old dajibaos were aimed at an enemy. Now, they aim at contradictions in the new society, so they're different.
The members of the party committee who are responsible for general management have been forced to take some action. This is the first directors' meeting since the beginning of the movement.
It's no use pretending that running a factory is an easy job. If you want my opinion, the first thing we have to do is work out our political position. I think the workers are unsatisfied with the way we work. They think our administrative methods are too sloppy. Too many problems are neglected. For example, the workers in shop number 1, this year, their work has increased enormously, almost doubled, but they're still in the same building. It's much too small. for the work they're doing. That's the kind of problem we should get to quicker. Today, the workers of shop number 3 had a lot to say about their tools. There's no one to repair them. They're in poor condition. Some that should measure 10 millimeters now only measure 6. We must admit that it's mainly a question of our political line. We can't just deal with isolated problems. I'd like to know what we can do here in our factory. It's obvious that our political line is one problem, but we must be more precise. For the moment, we are only making general observations. It's true that we can improve our work style by getting closer to the workers, but that's just one aspect. But if you go to the workers, you can solve things. And if we don't decide things here and now, we'll be criticized later on, and we won't know what to do. Don't you think so? I agree with Huang when he says that work style and management policy both depend on your political position. The political line you follow will determine the way you work. The question of political line seems abstract, but in fact it's concrete. There are dazibaos everywhere. The party committee should appoint people to study each of them. We must try to give an answer to each dazibao. The workers must know that we are taking their criticism seriously. That will encourage them. Otherwise, we'll have more and more dazibaos, but no action on our side, and the workers will get discouraged. Our self-criticism will encourage the workers to bring all the problems to light. To profit from the watch factory's experience, we must take a good look at how our managers work. Over there, they take part in manual labor. I'm a new cadre. Since 1970, I've only worked once in a shop. Just once in 3 years, and I've never gone back. I'd like to point out that last year, some members of the party committee went to work in the shops for 3 months. The workers were pleased. But this year, we have a smaller staff and more work. There's a lot that should have been done. So I'd like to ask the leadership to act on this. Before April, we must send some comrades to work in the shops.
Today the machines have been turned off, but it's not one of the regular breaks, and it's not because the workday is over. A group of workers from one of the shops is putting on a play. They are acting out the story of how they built a huge 125,000 kilowatt generator.
The scene opens with the actor who plays the part of the party unit secretary. He is acting the part of an old, experienced worker. We who know nothing, he says, like a deaf mute learning to speak, have decided to take on the task of building the generator.
旧社会的穷工人今日把家当，这白天的劲头没用完，晚上接着忙。他决心改造发电机，打破洋框框。老班长、老厂匠带头把关厂，创造上水内人为毛主席争光。有个工程师，他名叫杨重阳， 同样流过血，还经过养血场，到此告段落。
The truck drivers are now going to sing about their meeting with Chairman Mao. The older workers have made me their spokesman. So if you'll listen, I'm here to tell you what they think. It's about the management. As we've already said, it's as if they were driving a truck in the desert. We hope they'll change their work style and do a better job. I have something to say. Our shop is involved too. The management says it appreciates our initiative. But look what happens in reality. We planned some projects a while ago. The workers were enthusiastic. We wanted technological innovations, and we were ready to act. But the administration wasn't interested. As a result, after all our hard work, nothing happened. The management only sends its technicians to the shops when production slows down. Then they blame the workers for everything. Sometimes I wonder if the Inspection Bureau really exists. We've heard about it, but it never solves anything. What about the function of the inspectors and the verification systems? These questions must be answered. They determine the quality and the quantity of our production. Last week there was a film showing. Some people were able to get good seats, while the others stood in line for nothing. That's how we discovered some people were getting special treatment. Some comrades came from the heating plant at Minhang to ask us when the water cooler would be finished. I wonder why we have an office staff, since they prefer to come to us directly. The watch factory was able to form a 3-in-1 group with its management. If it's not working here, it's our management's fault. It's up to the management to find a solution. The management must consult the workers and mobilize them. The electrical equipment companies of Wuxi, Suzhou, and Shanghai, and a theater group in Peking, have sent in some orders. And now they want to cancel the contracts. That's out of the question. Complain to the shipping department. We did. What do they say? They can't deliver. Why not? There's no way. But the trucks were free Saturday and Sunday. Maybe, but they said it's impossible. What can we do? The fact is, the project has been canceled. That's 240,000 yuans. A loss of 240,000 yuans. The value of several machines. This loss wasn't necessary. Do you realize what it means? It could have been avoided. The other shops are always ready to back us up. The management must take this into consideration and stand behind us too. And not just financially. The management is suggesting that the chemical section will be closed, moved to Shanghai. That's demoralizing for the workers. They feel they are working very hard on an abandoned ship. As far as we're concerned, the shop shouldn't be closed. We want to keep it running and increase production. This is one more proof that the workers still have confidence. It all depends on the management. It's up to the management. They only come to the shops to check on supplies. Working conditions don't interest them. That's why work isn't done very conscientiously. Now we know what the workers think. But we'd like to hear from the party officials, too. What's going on? The management is off in a world of its own. You can smell revisionism all the way up to the head of the party. They have cars, and they hold meetings. Lots of meetings, but no contact with the workers. What's so great about the administration building that some managers never leave it? Yesterday, we had a meeting of the party committee. We're determined to follow the watch factory's example. We must change our style of management, make some big changes. I mean, in the way we work. This is what we plan to do. First, we'll form a group to go through all the questions brought up here, so that each one gets followed up. We'll have to work closely with the workers to accomplish this. And we'll also explain our failures. The comrades were right in criticizing me, and I'll have to correct my mistakes immediately. They were right in criticizing us for hiding behind a lot of talk and red tape. I think they were right. The meeting has to stop now because time is up. We'll have a new meeting at 5:45. This one is already very positive. Lao Li or any other comrades? Do you have something to add? No other comrades have anything to say? Then the meeting's over.
At 5:45, the meeting was resumed. When we left the factory a month and a half later, the meetings were still going on, and the space reserved for the débats had grown far too small. The movement lasted 3 months. It took 3 months for the workers to make all their criticisms, for the leaders to criticize themselves, and for the whole factory to get together and agree on how to reorganize production. In China, an official motto says, "Be prepared for the possibility of war." These words are not taken lightly. In the generator factory, 2/3 of the workers belong to infantry units or anti-aircraft batteries. The factory militia, as part of Shanghai's general defense plan, sees to it that neighborhoods, factories, and universities all organize their own defense.
备上去，准备起来。
还有一只呢？还有啊。快去上哪点摸呀？没关系，我给你找。先穿了一个。接不起来，一点不行。
You are Helen. He is a PLA man. We are.
I am a worker. You are a peasant. He is a PLA man. These workers are having their 6th English lesson.
Pêcheurs. We are workers.
I am a worker. Sit down, please. All right. You listen, please.
Listen, 6. Test. I am a worker. You are peasant. He is a PLA man. We all study 2 months workers every day.
All right, stop, please. All right, comrades, read after me. Let's read it again. Lesson 6.
Lesson 6. Test.
I am a worker.
I am a worker.
You are a peasant.
You are a peasant.
He is a PLA man.
He is a PLA man.
We all study Chamamouth's works every day.
We all study Chamamouth's works every day.
Lesson 6.
Lesson 6. Test.
I am a worker.
I am a worker.
You are a peasant.
You are a peasant.
The factory has its own classrooms. Night courses are given at 7 in the evening after an early dinner. Nearly 2,000 workers attend them regularly.
In order to build socialism, and later on communism, you need material security. But what you need most is to develop a communist consciousness. If we don't study politics, Marx and Lenin, how can we raise people's political consciousness? Building socialism and communism would be impossible. So one of the important functions of the party in the factory is to organize political study classes for workers and cadres. One might think that this would slow down production, but in fact, it increases it. The study of Marxism and Leninism and the understanding of materialism enables the workers to put their ideas into practice. We don't have to rely on money or threats to motivate the workers. we count on Marxism-Leninism. That's the difference between capitalist factories and ours. It increases production rather than slowing it down. I'd like to understand why you study 19th century philosophy. You mean the study of Engels' anti-Düring. The anti-Düring is one of the most important classical works of Marxism-Leninism. Although it was written in relation to a particular struggle between Marxism and opportunism in the 19th century, it's still valid. We study the anti-Düring today to help us understand the meaning of materialism and of idealism. An impulsive reaction is very similar to a false intuitive thought. What is an impulsive reaction? What does intuitive thought mean? In the third chapter, Engels concentrated on denouncing and condemning Düring's a priorism. Düring taught and defended a priorism, claiming that principles exist prior to objects. Düring maintains that thought is a framework. According to him, the unity of one's thought creates the unity of being. For Düring, the relationship is that the unity of thought comes first, and that of being comes after. Let's say I want to go somewhere. I have to take a certain route, but I have a false intuition. I go in the opposite direction. I never arrive. We always act according to our thoughts. That's how I see it. If not, we'd be acting blindly. How can that be denied? What commands action, if not thought? First we have a concept in our head, then we act. You're wrong. If the concept comes first, that means thought. Matter exists objectively. It doesn't depend on man's will. It can never be created by will alone. Lao Li just said that he wanted to go east, but he went west because of a false intuitive thought. That's why he was wrong. And yet both east and west exist objectively. The problem is knowing if there are intuitive thoughts, not whether they are right or wrong. From a materialist point of view, we must not overemphasize intuitive thoughts. These thoughts may seem to jump to mind in a matter of seconds, as part of a process. But in reality, they are necessary conclusions. They are determined after long periods of practical experience, or after careful reflection. They are founded objectively, after a long accumulation. Form and reality always have foundations. That's the first point. The second is, as impostors like Liu Shaoxi claimed, that thought explains everything, that everything is decided and created by thought. They fell completely into idealistic a priorism. Let's take an example, the recent problem we had with the double cooling turbo generator. There were two different points of view. Take it apart and start all over again, which would have kept us from finishing on time, or not take it apart and install an insulator. Taking it apart would have kept us from getting the job done, but installing an insulator was just what we needed. That proves that this intuitive thought was correct. But where does this thought come from? Where did it come from when the decision was made? Was it innate? Or did it spring right out of practical experience, from acquired knowledge? The question is, where did this thought come from? It's the result of accumulated experience. So it didn't just drop out of the sky. But intuitive thoughts do exist. If Lao Yu told us, take the rotor apart, wouldn't that be a sudden intuitive thought? Take it apart? If he told us to do it, we would. Because Lao Yu acts on the basis of his own experience. Otherwise, we wouldn't do it. That idea should be criticized. A sudden intuitive thought, in my opinion, is actually a concept. The question is, where does this concept come from? If we just take things literally, we can accept the concept of wrong or right intuitive thoughts.
First they study in small groups. Then all the groups meet together in a general assembly to present and discuss their work. These workers come from families that were illiterate just 30 years ago. Today they have begun to reflect on philosophical issues which are considered too important to be left in the hands of a few specialists. Mao Zedong says, philosophy must liberate itself from the lecture halls. It must enter into each person's life.
I took a course on Engel's brilliant work, The Anti-Düring. I've understood the dialectical materialist theory on reflection, the concept of idealistic a priorism, metaphysics, and how to judge which political position is correct. We must criticize the absurd and reactionary ideas of impostors like Düring and Liu Shaoqi, their theories on eternal truths and absolute authority. We are Marxists and dialectical materialists. We believe that the idea of absolute authority is false. For many years, I've been active in the revolution. I'm familiar with revolutionary theory. Thanks to the Cultural Revolution, and thanks to the bitter struggle between the two political lines, I've learned that it's not enough to have working-class solidarity and a desire to work hard for the revolution. One must read Marx and Lenin to learn revolutionary theory. I had read a little, and I told myself it was enough, instead of really trying to understand. Then the companions of Liu Shaoqi advised us to take a shortcut in the studies of Marx and Lenin. So I stopped studying those works. They took advantage of our enthusiasm for Mao Zedong's works and invented fancy slogans like, Mao's thought is the ultimate in contemporary Marxism-Leninism, or one word of Chairman Mao's is worth 10,000 others. They disguised themselves as the true authorities on Mao's thought. They said, there are so many works by Marx and Lenin that they can't all be read. While claiming to take a shortcut, they tried to separate Mao Zedong's thought from Marxism-Leninism. Our party line warns us that during the socialist stage, we will still have classes, sharp class divisions, and the class struggle. In China, we still have some property owners, rich farmers, counter-revolutionaries, and criminals. They try to infiltrate and corrupt our society. In addition, we still have elements of the new bourgeoisie. That's why Chairman Mao has said that there will be a second, third, and fourth cultural revolution.
During the Cultural Revolution, students and workers went to the countryside together. It was the first time for some of them. They met the peasants and explained what was happening. The peasants also came to the towns to participate in meetings and public demonstrations. Today, many marches are organized between cities and rural communities. These marches are reminiscent of the famous Long March in China's history. They are a good physical exercise, but what's more, they create a vital link between city and country, between the workers and the peasants. Today, 1,200 of the 8,000 workers in the factory will leave for the countryside. When they come back in 3 weeks, another group will leave. Not everyone agrees about these marches. Some people think that the missing labor force slows down production. We attended several meetings on this subject. The discussions went on for a long time. But even with many of its workers away, the factory still continues to function.
Comrades, we're about to go. We know that those who remain in the factory will keep up production while we're gone. We'll be eager to hear from them. Don't worry. We will make this march a success. We'll do our best to show our appreciation to all those who've helped out. We'll see you when we get back. Comrades, the participants in this year's second march and field exercises are about to leave. Our past 3 years of experience have shown everyone in the factory the great advantages of these exercises. They do as much to keep up our morale as to develop our courage and physical strength. We hope that during this march you will continue to study, to uncover errors and contradictions, and to encourage the management of the factory. We hope that you will write and send us datsibas, which bring up any shortcomings you find in our work. We look forward to your return.
They'll walk 75 miles. At night, they'll camp out. Storm and thunder of the 5 continents. Our vision is far-reaching. With blistered feet, we go forward courageously. Poems, their rhythm beaten out by bamboo clappers, accompany the marchers. The peasants welcome them as they go through their villages. They work, talk, and live together.
Our long march has given us the opportunity of staying here with the peasants and hearing about their way of life. We would like to ask some of the peasants to tell us the story of their families and their village. Could you please tell us a few things about your past and also about the history of your family and the village? Well, since you want to know, I'll tell you how I suffered during my childhood. Nowadays, no one suffers like this anymore. I lost my father and mother when I was only 5 months old. I don't know their names, nor in which village I was born. I was 6 months old when they gave me away to a family who settled here. When I was 11, I chopped logs and gathered firewood. When I was 15, they married me off. Today, women are liberated. It wasn't like that before. In those days, we didn't dare say a thing. The reactionaries oppressed us, and we had no one we could go to. The Japanese invaded the area when I was 30. They burned the houses, took the men away, and raped the women. So we wandered around. We wandered, with no place to go. Today, thanks to Chairman Mao, we're happy. You, the workers, have come to the countryside to unite with us. Our country is one big family. A big family along with all the people in the world. And it's getting more and more prosperous. and that's a good thing. Before, neither children nor their parents had wool clothing. But today, we have lots of wool clothing, and even several pairs of boots. Since the liberation, we eat more and we eat better. We eat vegetables and meat. We eat noodles and soups, things we never had before. Today, under the leadership of Chairman Mao, there are tractors, bulldozers, hydraulic pumps, harvesters, and threshers. You can see all that in our village. Under the reactionaries, the poor stayed poor and the rich got richer. When we think back on that, it makes us laugh even in our sleep. It's wonderful. Look over there, little one. Turn around. Look at the chicken, it's fat. I want to tell about the past too. One day I went out for a walk with a 12-year-old boy, not far from here. The boy was only 12. When we came back, we saw a Kuomintang agent. Bang! The boy was shot through the ear. And bang! Another bullet grazed my cheek. I was 39 years old then, and now I'm 75. If it weren't for the liberation, I wouldn't be alive today. You see the difference between our past misery and the good life today. I would have been dead a long time ago. I have a lot more to say about all that we owe to the party. Go on. Go on, Grandpa. Tell us the rest of the story. Now I'm going to talk about more pleasant things. I have a son who works for the city government in town. One day, he invited me to visit him. I asked how to get there, and they told me to take bus number 44 or 45. The bus went really fast. I felt like the wheels weren't even touching the road, like we were in the clouds. There were lots of cars, big ones and little ones, red ones and green ones, coming and going. It was a fantastic sight. We've heard these peasant stories, the grandpa and the grandma. They compared the old life with the new one. They told us about their past suffering, As workers and peasants, we were both crushed. As workers and peasants, we were both exploited. We were treated worse than beasts of labor. My eldest brother used to work in a factory in Shanghai where he slaved day and night. He became ill from working so much. Finally, his strength gave out, and he collapsed at the end of a long workday. He died in front of the factory gate. My eldest sister went to work in a spinning mill in Shanghai when she was only a child. She caught leprosy and was thrown out the door. Eaten by leprosy, she died a horrible death. As for me, when I was still a child, I worked more than 18 hours a day. Now, since liberation, the working class has freed itself politically, culturally, and economically.
The young workers are listening to the veterans of the revolution who organized the first big railroad strike in 1923.
When the reactionaries were in power, Chinese workers had a miserable life. Workers from other countries could not imagine how much they suffered. In 1922, the railroad workers of Tsien organized themselves. We held the first big strike on August 24th, 1922. It was the first big strike of workers on the Peking-Hankow line. The movement was based in Tsien. The main demands concerned wages, but it went way beyond that. For example, one of the issues was the firing of 5 workers. It was a bitter struggle. The workers lay down across the tracks and tore the guns away from the police with their bare hands. The strikers held their ground. Thou here was with them. Comrades, during the August strike, we stopped military trains. The villains charged us with their bayonets. We met them with our bare hands. Comrades, we were not afraid. We were not afraid to die. That was our revolutionary spirit. Justice triumphed over injustice. Comrades, with that spirit, we had won the first victory. Even though I'm over 80 years old, the revolutionary spirit is still there. I'm still in good health. Finally, I wish a long life to Chairman Mao and good health to all the peoples of the world. That's all I have to say. The August strike was a big success. The railway company had to accept our demands. All this was very good. But something unfortunate happened during the strike. What happened? One man had turned informer. The strike officials had orders to arrest him. We put up a notice in front of the factory offices with his name and picture on it. Some people still didn't know who he was. One day, a group of workers were reading the notice when the director showed up. He was a foreigner, a Frenchman. The director came over to take a look and ripped down the notice. It's because this foreign director tore down the notice that we asked for his removal. We dared to struggle and dared to win. After that strike, we decided to form a union of railway workers. This union was founded in Zhengzhou on February 1st, 1923. On the night of February 6th, 11 union delegates, who were also Communist Party members, were placed under arrest. Yukong Po, our bearded comrade here, was arrested as he tried to pull a rifle away from the enemy. He got 1 year and 8 months in prison, where he continued to fight. To fight in a revolution, you can't fear death. If you are afraid, you're not a revolutionary. I fought with a soldier. I grabbed his gun away. They fired at us. The first bullet killed Kushukwai.
1966. That is when these monuments were built.
I was taken to be court-martialed in Pékin, where they put me in irons around my ankles, my wrists, and my neck. It was very bad. I still wasn't afraid. I continued to fight. We're old, but we're still strong. We've retired, but our spirits are still high. We must continue the revolutionary work that has been set out for us by the party and Chairman Mao. We must carry on. You young people in your 20s, you're the same age as the martyrs when they died. We must not forget the past. To forget the past is to betray it.
Shanghai is hosting an exhibit on the Paris Commune, an uprising of Parisian workers in 1871. The old railway workers have told the story of a strike they once organized, and the old peasants have spoken to the factory workers about their past experiences. This is how the people increase their collective consciousness and transform their recent past into historical knowledge. Oppression has always relied on ignorance of the past. Today, the Chinese people want to rediscover their own history. They want to be masters of their own future.
The Cultural Revolution has shown that the principles of the Paris Commune are still relevant. We must follow these principles to make our revolution a success. During the Cultural Revolution, the ties between the leaders and the people were strengthened. The same thing took place in the Paris Commune. We believe that the principles of the Paris Commune still have practical value today. To avoid the creation of a privileged class, the Commune decided that the annual salary should not be more than 6,000 francs. This was to guarantee that all the workers and members of the Commune would remain equal. To run for office, candidates had to meet certain requirements. They got rid of opportunists, hustlers, and empty speechmakers. They asked the electors to vote for those who were really ready to serve the people. During the Cultural Revolution, some cadres were criticized by the people. Why? They had been courageous. They had never been afraid of the enemy. They had dared to fight in the revolution. In those days, they were paid in kind. Now, they're paid a salary. And life in the cities is much easier. Anyway, we lost contact with the masses, and our revolutionary ardor had cooled down. That's why the people criticized us during the Cultural Revolution. Our main task is to struggle against the hidden attack of the bourgeoisie. We must fight against bourgeois ideas and against the concept of private property. Then we can keep hold of and extend the power of the working class.
To overthrow and then regain power, to revive a revolution that has lost its momentum. This was the meaning of the Cultural Revolution. The road to the future was made possible by those who marched in Peking.
Was it your group that had some problems with a teacher over a soccer ball? Yes. We were playing soccer. It was after 7 a.m. A teacher wanted us to stop. The ball was right in front of me, so I kicked it. And it grazed her head. Did it happen here? Yes, over there. The teacher took me to her office and criticized me. And she took the ball away. She took it away from everybody just to punish one person. So she confiscated the ball, is that it? Yes. She confiscated it. The ball wasn't aimed at her. I didn't do it on purpose. She pokes her nose into everything, even kicking a ball. She's always butting in. She'd already criticized me once over a problem with a cup. I haven't forgotten that. It explains the thing about the ball. You don't like her very much, do you? That's right. Why not? Because she criticized me over nothing. And what do the rest of you think about this? It's no big deal. Just someone kicking a ball. What do you think of your teacher? Is she strict? Yes, very. Well, not too strict. When it comes to politics, she asks a lot, but she can be nice too. Do you think what happened is serious? No, it's nothing, nothing at all. Kicking a soccer ball, it's really nothing. She's always after me. She's already lectured me once. I didn't like it. And she holds a grudge. It's not very nice of her. She really has it in for me. Do you all agree with him? Yes. Is that what you're going to say at the meeting? Sure we will. Of course, we're going to get everything out in the open. That way the other students can judge. Exchanging points of view with our teacher helps us work together democratically. It happened 2 days ago. It was 7 a.m. when I arrived at the school. I saw the students playing soccer on the ball field. I said, "The bell has rung. You have to stop your game." Most of them stopped, except for one tall boy. Instead of stopping, he kicked the ball hard. Whop! The ball almost hit my head. I was really angry. "Don't you know you're not allowed to play after 7? "Yes," he said. "Then why did you keep on playing?" "Don't make a big deal out of it," he said to me. "It wasn't you I kicked." I was furious. Is he going to be punished? What are you going to do? No, no punishment. We'll all get together to work out the problem. We'll deal with it politically, that's all. Before, we used to punish them. We made them stand in the corner or sent them out of class. If we had to, we called in their parents. We could even expel them. We don't do that anymore. Teachers and students are equals now. We reason things out from the facts. This problem itself isn't so serious. What's serious is that he defends himself when he knows he's wrong. Comrades, we're holding this meeting to help Jia Yanming. He continued to play ball after the bell rang. He broke the rules, you know that, don't you? Yes. He played after the bell, and when the teacher asked him to stop, he kept on playing. So we've invited Mrs. Tong to this meeting. Please say whatever you think, all right? There's something I'd like to say. I don't know the comrades in this class very well. I don't even know your names. But since this problem's come up, it's important for teachers and students to lay everything on the table. We must all speak our minds. If your comrade's at fault, tell him. If you think I didn't handle the matter properly, you should tell me. Several of us were playing soccer that morning. We didn't hear the bell. Mrs. Tong asked us why we were playing after the 7 o'clock bell. So we stopped playing, except for Jia Yanming. The ball was right in front of him. He kicked it before the teacher had finished talking. So you all think there was no way he could have avoided kicking the ball. First of all, let's clear up this point. There are two contradictory points of view, right? Some of you say that he kicked the ball after I'd spoken. The other version, let's see. Oh, yes. According to Liu Ai-kuo, the ball was kicked while I was still speaking. So it was inevitable. The ball was kicked after the teacher had spoken. Had she finished speaking or not? No, she hadn't finished speaking. Yes, she had. Then it was before. Tell us, Jia Yanming. I kicked it after she'd spoken. So it was after. Jia Yanming says so himself. Then why did you do it? Why didn't any other comrade say something? Instead, some people laughed. Liu Ai-kuo even told Jia Yanming to sneak over and get the ball back. Do you think that was helpful? Jia Yanming kicked the ball because he likes to play soccer. That's why he kicked it. It's no big deal. Then it was for love of the game, is that it? Yes. You really think that his love of the game forced him to kick the ball? What do you think, Jia Yanming? When the ball's there, I kick it. No harm meant. We only have one ball, so when you can kick it... Do you really think that when you're involved in a game, you can't control your feet? No, love of the game has nothing to do with it. They broke the rules. If they want to play, they have to follow the rules. That's true. Since you can control your impulse to play on the street, you can also control your desire to play here. So, can you resist the love of the game? It's up to you to decide. Some of you are saying that when you see the ball in front of you, you get carried away. Is that what you think? No. As a Red Guard, he should have had self-discipline and followed the rules. Kicking the ball was wrong. He's got to change. And be sure not to break any more rules. Just one thing. Comrade Wen Shuyan also loves soccer. It's his weak point, as we all know. But I think he can overcome it. We've tried to solve this problem before. At meetings, often he'd miss meetings to play soccer. Since then, he's changed, even more than we'd hoped. So I say that it is possible to overcome this weakness. Another thing, we can put a soccer ball anywhere we want. If we don't touch it, it doesn't move. If we kick it, it moves. It's obvious that a ball doesn't move by itself. I say that people are masters of their own acts, and that the player controls the ball. That's true. If you kick the ball, it moves. If you don't, it doesn't. That's all there is to it. I don't agree. It was love of the game. Well, what's gotten into you? There's still no agreement? Tell me if our reasoning makes sense to you. Let's see now, you soccer players. At first you said that it was too late to hold back the kick. Then you claimed that the kick was for love of the game. Xiaoqun, you're their leader. And you're protecting Jia Yanming. What are you trying to prove? I agree. I think that love of the game had nothing to do with it. The ball was kicked by a person. It's the person who's in control. If you kick the ball, it moves. But it doesn't move all by itself. This argument for love of the game is wrong. Well, I still think that's it. The ball was kicked because of love of the game. What's going on here? At first, you all said that he couldn't help kicking the ball. Then you started on the idea of love of the game. Even though we've tried to reason with you, you keep on defending the wrong idea. Why? Are you going to let us analyze Jia Yanming's problem or not? And especially you, Xiaoqun, you're their leader. Instead of helping me, you're encouraging the worst. All this about love of the game and the impulse to kick which can't be controlled. Do you still think you're right? Wait a minute. You're the one who asked us to speak out, and now you won't let us talk. The reason I said what I did was not to protect Jia Yanming. We've paid a lot of attention to what the others have said. I hope you're willing to accept my way of learning. You're not being patient enough. You asked us to speak freely, so then we can also express ideas that are wrong. If you repress criticism, we can't speak freely. Xiaoqun has paid attention, so maybe his ideas have changed. Let's give Xiao some time to think about this. We should give Xiaoqun some time to think things over. I'd like you to consider what I've just said. I thought the soccer players were all trying to protect each other. So when one of them spoke, I didn't want to listen to him. I was annoyed. But there's some truth in what they're saying. Xiaoqun has paid attention to the discussion. I didn't think his ideas had changed because I assumed he was just being stubborn. I'm in a bad mood and I'm being too subjective. This isn't the first time I've had this problem. I accept your criticism, and I ask Xiaoqun not to hold this against me. Now let's go on, all right? Actually, there are two reasons why I kicked the ball. Love of the game was secondary. The main reason is a result of what happened in class the other day, when I forgot my cup. Mrs. Cao criticized me, and so did Mrs. Tong. She criticized me too. I was very upset about it. When Mrs. Tong told us to stop playing, the ball was right in front of me. Not to kick it meant losing my pride. So I kicked the ball out of spite. I've just come to understand that I shouldn't have rejected the teacher's criticisms. I just wanted to get back at them, and I was wrong. I'll take their advice and try to change. Jia Yanming has spoken very well, hasn't he? It's been a good lesson for me, too. I knew that Jia had kicked the ball after the teacher had told us to stop. But I still defended his version of what happened. I thought I should stick up for a friend. If Jia hadn't brought it up, I would have completely forgotten about the problem with the cup. Now everyone knows about it. It's true, I did criticize him. When I went to my next class, I forgot about it, but he continued to hold a grudge. As for me, my bad mood and my own bias got in the way, and I underestimated your political consciousness. I thought that everything the soccer players said was to protect Jia. I assumed their way of thinking about things was all wrong. Actually, their ideas were changing, but I didn't notice it. I was so impatient that I didn't listen to them. Instead, I told them off. This attitude is the opposite of what Chairman Mao teaches us. He asks us to carry out every task carefully, my repressive attitude and my irritability have gotten in the way here. At first, I thought this was just a little thing, really nothing, and I didn't care about it. But what my classmates have said here has shown me that it's a question of being more self-demanding. I think the meeting's gone very well. What do you think? Just one more thing. Now it's up to you to play some good soccer and follow the rules. The meeting's over.
Once upon a time, 4,000 years ago, there lived a fairy named Chang'e, who went to live on the moon. She was married to the fierce archer, who had shot down 8 sons. Chang'e decided she'd had enough of her husband. One night, she escaped from the earth and ran away to the moon. And ever since then, she's been singing and dancing under the stars. But now, when she looks down at the earth, she sees that China has changed. A line from a new poem says, "Up on the moon, Chang'e thinks about coming home." There is another story from the 16th century, the pilgrimage to the west. Traveling west are Sansang the monk and his 3 disciples, the wicked witch, the stubborn pig, and the fighting monkey. The witch, disguised as a young girl, has decided she must have a taste of Sansang's flesh. But the monkey, who is brave, clever, and patient, protects Sansang from the witch's evil spells. Finally, her tricks give out, and the monkey beats her with his stick. These stories are illustrated in ivory, mother of pearl, and shell, mounted on lacquered panels. Everyone knows these old tales. Everyone knows their new interpretations. The monkey stands for revolutionary courage, intelligence, and perseverance. Sansang the monk hesitates and makes mistakes, but in the end, he rallies to the cause. And the pig is the stubborn one who is set in his old ways. What has become of these traditional handicrafts? Before, Chinese craftsmen practiced their arts in the city streets. They lived and worked in a special section of Peking. The secrets of their art were passed on from father to son. Today, the old craftsmen teach their skills to a new generation of young workers. All the handicrafts that are to be kept alive have been brought together in collective workshops. These craftsmen still make quite a few objects that we used to call Chinese curios, like this Buddha, for example. These pieces are being made for export. This work is a masterpiece of traditional art. It is carved out of an elephant tusk and represents years of collective effort. All the wonders of the world are here. The pyramids, Babylon's hanging gardens, the temple of Angkor Wat, the Great Wall, all the peoples of the world, the filmmaker behind his camera, a mosque with its minaret, a Roman aqueduct, the Colosseum, the Leaning Tower of Pisa, the Acropolis, and the Eiffel Tower. The problems here are all on the inside of the bottle. Traditional paintings are being reproduced in miniature. These bottles have a long history. In the 15th century, they were used as perfume bottles and made of porcelain. 3 centuries later, when Christian missionaries brought snuff to China, the bottles were used as snuff boxes. It was at this time that they were made of glass and painted on the inside to imitate the porcelain. How are little dolls made? This one's made of honey, flour, and coloring.
One's first thought is of troops crossing the desert or of supplies being sent to the front. But the pipelines tell us we're in oil country. The month is September. This is one of the drilling crews belonging to an outpost far off in the northeast, the Great Northern Desert, as the Chinese call it. The territory is about the size of North Dakota. It's 8 o'clock in the morning. Crew 1205 is being relieved by the next shift. The area is so vast that no camera can capture where people have come from and where they're going to. All roads seem to disappear into the horizon.
Any mail for me? Here are the magazines. It's from the brigade leader. His sister has to go back right away. Any letters to mail? I'm just getting used to the climate here and the living conditions. There's not much oil or mud where I come from. Here there's too much oil, too much mud. I didn't like it at first. Even when it's raining hard, the workers really stick to it. Once the drill is on, there's no stopping it. We had a lot of trouble learning how to run it. We didn't know anything about drilling. It took a lot of effort on our part and help from the experienced workers. Do you like your work? Yes, we're proud of it. But it involves a lot of responsibility, too. When you go home, do you stay for a long time? 40, 50 days? After your vacation, is it hard to come back? It's always a little sad. We only go home once a year. It's a long wait. We don't see our family or friends for a whole year. We'd like to stay with them longer, even just an hour. We don't want to leave them. But when we think of our work here, of the crew and the drilling, well, it doesn't take us long to come back. When all this keeps going through your head, you feel like you'll never work things out. But when you think about the revolution, then everything becomes simple. I left my family when I was 15, in 1970. When I went to sign up for this job, they asked me how old I was. They said I was too young. I told them, maybe I am, but I want to go as much as the others do. So they gave me a form to fill out, and I waited at home for an answer. But it didn't come. I was worried. The others were going to leave in 2 weeks. So I wrote to say that I wanted to go no matter what. I hadn't told my family yet. When I asked my mother if I could go to Taching, she said, "Go wherever you want." She didn't really believe me. "Do you mean that?" I asked her. Actually, it took a lot of persuasion before she gave in. Finally, she agreed and bought me everything I needed. When I got to Taching, I saw there was only empty space, just a prairie. Not even any buildings. In winter, it's so cold that my quilted clothes weren't warm enough. When I saw what it was like, I almost changed my mind. But when I remembered my insistence on coming here, I got my courage back. When my wife was about to deliver, I got permission to go home. At the end of my leave, I hesitated to return to Taching. It was the turning point of my life. After thinking about it, I remembered how important the oil wells were, and I went back. Selfishness was part of the old society, and you can't get rid of it just like that. Do you sometimes think about social position, a good job, an easier life? Sometimes, yes. As time goes on, and we get older, lots of problems come up. Love, marriage, children, and so on. Sometimes we think about promotions and higher wages. Yes, we think about that a lot. We have to fight to get rid of these ideas. What did you do during the Cultural Revolution? I was only so big. I followed the grown-ups. I shouted the same slogans. And when they covered the walls with political posters, I carried the glue. I was working with Crew 1205 at the time. I didn't know anything about politics. All I thought about was eating lunch at home, then going to the wells, checking out the drill and the other equipment. I was confused about the political struggle. Before we were told, do your job and don't worry about politics. That was a good way of preventing us from understanding capitalism. But I learned all this in the Cultural Revolution.
The men bring the derrick in, they drill, then they move the whole platform 1,200 feet further and start all over again. When the drilling site is too far away, the whole encampment is moved along with it. There are 4 crews. Each one works 8 hours and rests for 24 hours. Many young people from all over the country come to work in Daching for 2 or 3 years and then leave. For all of China, Daching represents much more than oil. It serves as a model that young people can put into practice elsewhere. This is where communication, administration, and production management are based for an important part of the oil industry. It's called oil headquarters. A typist must be highly skilled to work with a typewriter that has 2,000 characters. At oil headquarters, the workers, technicians, and cadres plan the next drilling sites.
Experience shows us the importance of economic independence. The oil problem seems economic, but it's really political. Oil has made us politically independent. When our country needed oil, the Soviet imperialists tried to humiliate and strangle us. So they decided to cut off our oil supplies and call back their technicians. The Soviets have a talent for deception. They pretend to offer economic aid, but there are always political strings attached. When we needed lubricants for the machinery, they didn't dare say no, but they put us in a critical situation. It was very bad. In the summer, they delivered oil for the winter, and in the winter, oil for the summer. That's right, oil for the summer. In the winter, it froze, and in the summer, it burned. The machinery was damaged because of the lubricants they gave us. Those Soviets planned it that way. You don't have any oil? Here's some, but one condition, be our satellite. Our living conditions were very hard too. So many people came to these barren, uninhabited plains that they had to live in shacks or in tents, even in caves. Yes, caves. We had a lot of problems. In 1960, the weather conditions were very bad, and food had to be rationed. No matter what your job was, both day and night, you had to give a lot of yourself in order to speed up the drilling and to help build socialism. The important things about our battle are its political nature and the spirit of our fighters. For 13 years, we've been producing oil to build our country and for the revolution. We also produce enough to export.
The refinery here provides Daqing with the oil it needs, but most of the crude oil is refined elsewhere. These trains are called petroleum dragons. Water supply, power hookups, tanks, pumping stations. Everything follows the drilling crews. In the 1960s, discovering oil was necessary for China's independence. Since that time, Daqing has been thought of as a kind of battleground. Military language is used everywhere. Daqing was established in 1960. The first pioneers found only the barren prairie. In winter, the temperatures dropped to 20, even 40 below zero. The short summer is a bright change from the months of ice and gray skies. The wind of the Great Plains blows all year long. In America, the West was one with killing, plunder, and greed. The general law was every man for himself. Daqing has chosen an entirely different approach. Daqing is a collective effort governed by the law of the people. As in all conquests, Daqing has its heroes. Mama Sue is known all over China.
I came to Daqing in 1961. The Great Plains seemed to go on forever. I got the idea that the housewives could organize themselves to clear the land. So we went from door to door, asking who wants to take part in the work and who doesn't. If the women answered no, we'd have political discussions with them to get them to participate in clearing and farming the land. At first, 25 women signed up, but the day we planned to leave, only 5 showed up. As for the others, well, one had a child, another a sick relative. It was impossible to get them to come. And what could 5 of us do? I said, nobody's ever gone out there. Let's go and see for ourselves. The others can come later. There was nothing alive out there. Not a living thing. The grass came up to our waists. There wasn't even a path. As we walked along, we had to wade through the tall grass. Where could we camp? We set up a simple tent with stakes at the 4 corners. Once the tent was up, we dug a ditch and built a dirt wall around it. Yes, we built a dirt wall. As for the children, the mother said, we've been running all afternoon. Now we're exhausted. There are wolves out here. If they come out at night, they might carry off our children. The tent didn't have a door, so at night we stuck our shovels in the ground to bar the entrance. While the others slept, I looked around outside every now and then. Nothing ever happened. The next day, we started shoveling. After having cleared an acre of land, General Headquarters sent news that they had mobilized some more women, and 18 more housewives arrived. That made 23 women in all, but it was late in the season, and shoveling went too slowly. We found a wooden plow and pulled it by hand. The work went faster that way. One of us guided the plow, and 9 others pulled it. The others continued shoveling. Pulling the plow that way was exhausting. Before we'd cross the field, our legs would buckle under us, and we'd fall on our knees. In 1962, we harvested over 3,000 pounds of soybeans and more than 40,000 pounds of vegetables. We only had 5 shovels to work with. In 1963, there were more of us, and we were able to farm more land. Little by little, our village is growing. That's the story of our village. I'm finished. I wanted to ask her, is she proud of what she's done? Of her success? Is she proud of the way she organized the other women? I worked according to Chairman Mao's teachings. I still have a ways to go. I'm far from being satisfied. Take it apart. It's clogged. We can take this off, too. There's nothing there. No, nothing. Why doesn't it work, then? It seems all right.
Dashing has none of the capitalist greed usually associated with black gold. Here, they don't want to destroy nature by taking the oil and leaving the land to be reclaimed by the wind and the desert. They are not only developing the oil industry, they are also creating an entire social community which will continue to function after the oil is gone. The several 100,000 people who have come to Dashing want to eliminate the traditional divisions between agriculture and industry, between the country and the city.
We've organized a new kind of industrial and agricultural cooperative. It includes both the city and the countryside. So we live here, and we work here. We do the job of farming for the drilling crews, and this helps the workers build the oil industry. By growing vegetables for the workers, we help develop the oil fields in our own way. Altogether, there are 16 city-country cooperatives like ours. When we weren't working, we never went out. The only important things were our houses, our husbands, and our children. In a large city, or if we weren't working, we'd just stay home and fuss over our children, or walk around in the streets from store to store. We'd only be consumers. Before we started working, our husbands used to say, at work, the Eastern revolutionary wind blows, but at home, it's the Western materialist wind. At work, they talk to us about politics, machines, and oil. But as soon as we get home, our wives talk about sheets, clothing, or somebody's husband who makes so much money, or who says such and such a thing. You know, gossip. Now they say, our wives work like everybody else. At work, the eastern wind blows, and we think of the revolution. And now when we get home, the east wind is still blowing. Now we're economically independent. It's not like before, when we had to beg our husbands for every penny, or ask their permission to buy something. In other words, our work reinforces our political ideas and frees us economically. Before, if our children asked us for money, we had to ask our husbands. Now that we earn our own living, we can give them money ourselves. We're glad to live in this new kind of village. Liu Shaoqi wanted to construct tall buildings here. We wondered if we'd get used to them. Our adobe houses are simple and practical. We're cool in summer and warm in the winter. The tall buildings that Liu Shaoqi proposed were not practical, especially because we'd have to climb all the stairs. We're happy here in our village.
Here, instead of destroying nature, man invests in it. Small towns have been built every 15 or 20 miles. Each town is surrounded by 4 or 5 villages. When we ask the people who live here who they are, they answer, neither workers nor peasants, neither city nor country people, a little of each. Every small town and its villages forms a complete social unit, supplying all the necessary services, including radio and weather stations and small factories. The gas they get from the oil wells supplies them with free energy for all their daily needs.
In the winter, we heat the walls. When they're heated, all the rooms, large and small, are warm. In winter, it's used both for heating and cooking in the kitchen. on top and on the bottom.
Every 2 months, a team of seamstresses arrives to help the workers repair their clothing.
Could you fix this shoe for me? Here. Here's the hole. I'm bringing you some clothing. In 1960, when we decided to drill for oil, a large number of people came to Daqing. When they got here, the men were dressed in ragged clothes. First we took these rags apart and washed them. Then we repaired them. And then we sent them to the sewing workshop, where they were turned into quilted clothing. 2 old sets made 1 new one. Do you see this piece? We use it to make a large patch. And this little one for a small hole. When the patches are very small, and when there's something that needs patching, for example, this one, you see, we put this small piece of material over this tiny hole. Then we'll sew it by machine with strong thread. Everything will be used, whether it's large or small. We don't throw anything out. We're making the revolution and we're economizing. That's what we're proud of. According to metaphysics, material objects are unchangeable. But Chairman Mao's philosophy has taught us that things can be transformed into their opposites. That's how rags are turned into cotton. You discover truth by putting ideas into practice. We started out with the idea that cloth was made of cotton. Then we asked, if cotton can be transformed into cloth, why can't cloth be turned into cotton again? Practical experience proved that it was possible. When we tried to find a way to do this, we sometimes got discouraged. But finally, we succeeded in making cotton from cloth. We were really excited. At first, our experiments didn't work. But we thought that since these rags were made of cotton fiber, there must be a way to make cotton again from the rags. It's a dialectical process. We tried 7 times before we finally got it. Since 1970, we've made 300,000 pairs of gloves with only 90,000 pounds of recycled cotton. Our interest in philosophy keeps growing because we can apply it to concrete situations. It's fascinating, and it encourages us to study philosophy. Some rags are made into gloves. Other rags that are patched together in our sewing workshop are made into clothing for the workers. We make quilted overcoats and knee pads because the workers told us that the ones who work in the fields often get rheumatism in their knees.
Lenin said that socialism is when even a simple cook is concerned with affairs of state. It is also when seamstresses study philosophy. The Office of Geological Research is located right on the oil field.
Up until the 1950s, geologists from the imperialist countries claimed that China had very few oil resources. Their main point was that China was made up of land sediments instead of marine sediments. We weren't taken in by this. Chairman Mao has explained in his article on practice that in order to see if a theory is correct, you must put it into practice. We found oil in Daqing, quite a lot of oil, in the sandy clay layers. When you talk about land and marine sediments, you're only looking at things superficially. You need to look more deeply to understand how oil is formed. For the past 13 years, the women workers at well number 17 have gone beyond the quota set by the state. We introduced water into the injection well, which pushes the oil through into the main well. The amount of oil we get depends on how much water we inject. The oil and the water are opposites, but here they work together. By applying Engels' theory, we can call the different layers of oil the internal cause, and the injection of water the external cause. We've changed the method of water injection, the external cause, so that it can function better with the internal cause. Since 1960, we've been using a system that consists of injecting water and extracting oil layer by layer. This is an example of how studying philosophy can help solve a concrete problem.
When water is injected into the underground layers, it collects in the lower layers because it's heavier than oil. So it pushes the oil up toward the surface. The principle is simple, but there are many different methods. In this particular field of oil technology, the pioneers of Daqing are 10 years ahead of the rest of the world.
Western scientists must go through the same process we do. That is, an experiment, a failure. Another experiment until finally the solution is found. In scientific experiments, you must be guided by the right theory. Then you can analyze your failures and reach your goals. Otherwise, you'll have many more failures, and it will take longer before you succeed. Some people say that here you can't choose your job, that all jobs are assigned by the administration. What do you think? We should talk about freedom in the West. People there can't even choose their work. And you call that freedom? Let's compare a Western worker and a Chinese worker. I'm a driller. What freedom does a Western worker have compared to me? He has the freedom to be unemployed, or at least the freedom to worry about it. According to newspapers and radio, American English and French workers are always threatened by unemployment. And then they strike, and what for? Just to have work. Ask Western workers if they can participate as equals in discussions with the engineers. In China, the workers have mastered scientific concepts as well as the oil fields. The projects are planned on the work site, with the workers, the engineers, and the managers. Our drilling crew knows the most about our well and how it works. We're not just robots, we run the wells. That's why we know all about them. In our work, we solve problems based on our experience. The division of labor between those who make the decisions and those who carry them out is a method to exploit and oppress the workers. Our collective work gives us workers access to scientific knowledge. In this way, we lessen the educational differences and bring workers and professionals closer together. Scientific and technical knowledge is universal by nature, but it serves the interests of the class in power. If the bourgeoisie has this knowledge, then the bourgeoisie profits from it. If the working class controls it, it serves its interests. The people you work for and with in scientific research, that's the difference between socialism and capitalism. Our struggle is not just for oil, it's for our dignity too, for our political ideals, and for the dignity of the Chinese people. To build Daqing, we didn't count on help from the heavens, but on Chairman Mao's philosophy and the workers' determination. That's how we built wells where there was nothing. And as the wells evolve, so does man, and vice versa. For the past 13 years, the revolution has been changing each person.
On May 1st, 1960, the first pioneers arrived at Daqing. They came from all over China. Even before they built shelters, they studied two philosophical works by Mao Zedong, On Practice and On Contradiction. In this northern desert, all they could count on was human courage and strong will. Faced with this struggle, They had to be united around a common idea. From the very beginning, there were great political battles. Liao Chao-chi, then President of the Republic, was against the Daqing experiment and wanted to abandon it. He thought it was badly organized and poorly timed. He wanted to buy the oil abroad. On the contrary, Mao Zedong believed that the Chinese had to rely on their own strength, be independent, and trust the new ideas coming from the workers. This pioneer, who's no longer alive, was called the Man of Iron. Along with Mama Sui, he was one of the great heroes of Daqing. The year 1960 was extremely difficult for China. The Russians had just cut off their aid, including aid to the oil industry. The Americans continued their economic boycott. Natural disasters ruined the crops. And yet, Daqing and the revolution succeeded. It has become a model for all of China, an example of how to build both industry and socialism together.
When the drillers are working on the frontline drills, they can't come home every night. But we get along all right. Before, when Daqing started out, there were lots of workers and their families, and not much housing. So there was this contradiction between a lot of people and very little housing. How could we solve this problem? If we only counted on the men, the construction would have been too slow. To deal with the situation as fast as possible, we decided to take things into our own hands. But there were prejudices to overcome from the men and also from some of the women. They thought that even though we were able to do farm work, we still wouldn't be able to do construction work. It wasn't just the men who didn't have confidence in us. We underestimated ourselves, too. Women can farm the land with hoes, but build houses, climb ladders with a load of plaster? And what if we fell from so high up? We were afraid, but we practiced. We carried empty buckets up to the roof. Old prejudices, yes, ideas from the old society haven't completely disappeared. Some people still think that way. For example, that women aren't able to build houses, that they should take care of the children and the cooking, that they shouldn't worry about anything else. These ideas still exist. They haven't completely disappeared. Men have two hands to contribute to the socialist revolution. Well, so do we. We can do as much. We must carry on the revolution like the men. We like living here as a group. We can do lots of things. Ever since the women got together, we all help each other out. For example, we take care of women who've just had babies and sick children. We help each other out. Before, we were isolated in our families. If something happened, for example, if someone got sick, we couldn't count on anybody for help. Now that we live collectively, our lives have changed. When someone gets sick, the others help. They get the doctor to come treat the sick person. It's a good thing. Before, it was each family for itself. But living collectively doesn't mean we don't have family life. Each family decides for itself who does the errands or how to furnish the house. At the beginning, we weren't used to collective life, but now we're getting used to it. If we left the collective way to go back to the old family life, or no, we've really gotten used to it. I think that in the West, with a little practice, most people there could get used to it too. In political struggles and in the revolution, they too would organize themselves and form collective groups.
The mail services, the seamstresses, the traveling markets, all of Daqing supports the drillers out in the oil fields. There are two different kinds of pioneers and two different legends. One is the lone cowboy from the American Far West, who has to rely on his own fast reflexes to survive. The other is the oil driller from Daqing, a worker who belongs to a socialist society. His strength is that of the entire group.
我这不1块3毛2吗？够了吗？我们还有那个头大一点，这个大，大点。这个不好意思。拿那鸡巴看一看。行，都成这儿。买了，够了。到我这儿。行吗的。买点多些啊。我都是拿上我。这个场合挺好的。
对吧？也没有高吧？体育的多少钱？知道吗？
看哪样
200。
200。退费2元。
这要不多钱？没有，这家是我想。对。
I'd like this style. Whose turn is it? A little longer than that.
挺漂亮，那挺漂亮，这个，哎，这都吃醉了。什么事儿？哎，不要，来一口吧。来，那真不吃了。
Teams from oil headquarters are using cement to strengthen the wells that were opened by the first drilling crews. Winter is coming. A new front line must be set up and drilled as quickly as possible. Daching holds the celebration in its own honor. It's an ancient custom to parade those who are to be honored on horseback. They're not celebrating the achievements of technology, but rather the spirit of Daching. These socialist pioneers, the heroes, all 3,600 of them, are not workers who have produced the most or stood at their machines the longest. They are being honored because they represent the power of a revolutionary people.
I wish all my comrades the best of health. The speaker is Yukong Hong, representing the young progressive workers. Let's give her a hand. Cadres and fellow workers, after I finished high school, I answered Chairman Mao's call to young people to unite with the workers, peasants, and soldiers. The party committee and the cadres of Daqing are helping us in our political studies. They are also patiently teaching us the necessary skills. In this way, we've learned things that we couldn't have learned in books or in the classroom. During this new battle, we've gotten a new revolutionary spirit from the young people, the spirit of daring to think and daring to act. And we in turn have taught them the tradition of struggle and the spirit of the man of iron. In this way, they will always be with us in the oil fields. And Daqing, like the red flag, will lead the forward march of Chairman Mao's revolution. We must have a special concern for the crews that work in the most distant oil fields. We must help them with the problems of daily life. The harder they struggle, the more we must worry about their well-being, to keep up their revolutionary spirit. We must unite to win even greater victories. Follow the example of the man of iron. Follow the example of Da Chai.
Singing and dancing to tell the story of their lives and struggles is a popular Chinese tradition. Since the 1930s and the Revolutionary War, the communists have followed this tradition.
The red flags of Daqing are waving in the wind. Listen to the victorious song of the battle for oil. We offer the fruits of our victory to the party. Continue to criticize revisionism and to study Marx, Lenin, and Chairman Mao. We overflow with enthusiasm for our work. The number 5 drilling crew has set the example. It has drilled 10 wells. The news of the drilling crew's victories resounds everywhere. By the end of July, 321 wells dug. By the end of July, 319 in operation. Teams 1205 and 1202 drilled 30,000 feet in June. Team 1274's small pump has surpassed the large one. In June, the derrick team changed drilling sites in 5 hours and 10 minutes. Flowers are blooming. Red flags are flying. Victories come one after another. We are the drillers. Our enthusiasm is like an erupting volcano. Our ambition is greater than the sea. Speed up the drilling. We'll make a rainbow. The oil dragon will reach the sky. Follow Chairman Mao's example. Forward to battle.
Shanghai. In Chinese, the name means above the sea. Shanghai was a small fishing town until the middle of the 19th century, when European invaders, seeking wealth, power, and the mysteries of Asia, came from across the seas. The foreigners made of it the city of their fantasies. For them, Shanghai was a city of glamorous spies, lavish brothels, and opium dens. Above all, it was the gateway to illicit profit and enormous wealth. Today, Shanghai is once again a Chinese city. This boulevard is in the former British concession. In those days, a sign used to read, "No Chinese or dogs allowed." Photography has only recently become popular. Everywhere you look, someone is posing for a shot. All the commotion is over a Westerner who is having his picture taken. In a neighborhood once reserved exclusively for foreigners, today it's the foreigner who draws a crowd, especially if his hair is a little long. These large, heroic murals are painted directly on the walls. Wooden chests take the place of closets here. In the spring, the traditional season for weddings, hundreds of chests like these are carried through the streets. All over China, people say, in Shanghai, if you wiggle your little finger, everyone knows about it. The people of Shanghai are said to be a little too nosy. This crowd formed when two bicyclists got into an argument.
Have you been working here for a long time? Yes, for quite a while. About 30 years. Now you sell candy and cakes. What kind of shop was this before? It was the same. Candy, cakes, pies. The shop next door belonged to a Frenchman. This one was owned by a Chinese. And now the two shops have been made into one? It's been one shop since the transformation of private enterprise. This used to be part of the French concession, didn't it? Yes, that's right. What was this street like before? It used to be part of the French concession. The area was corrupt and decadent. Not at all like it is today. It was a kind of red light district for the capitalists who indulged in all kinds of corrupt pleasures. But workers almost never came here. The regulars were the capitalists, the bosses. What happened to the former owner? He's gone. He left in 1956, at the beginning of the transformation of private enterprise. He was given permission to leave. After that, these two shops were made into one large one.
Small restaurants and food stands fill the streets. Each one offers its daily special. prices are based on the pound. 90 fens is equal to 45 cents a pound. The average salary is about 65 yuan a month, or $30. Food costs 10 to 12 yuan per person per month. Rent usually comes to less than 5% of the family income. Other services, including medical care, are practically free, and there are no taxes. $50 fens, that's about 20 cents for a cauliflower. Meat, fish, vegetables, and cakes are all readily available. Since the 1960s, when a series of droughts and floods ruined the crops, cotton, oil, and rice have been rationed. But now even these items are plentiful. Rationing has become more a question of preventing waste than scarcity of supply. Embroidered handkerchiefs are exchanged by young people as tokens of love. All businesses, even these small shops, are government-owned and operated. They are under the jurisdiction of the Shanghai city government. Barber shops and beauty parlors are run this way too. Everyone who works here gets a salary. When the shop shows a profit, part goes to the city, and the rest is used to make improvements.
Could you tell us if there's a fashion in hairstyles now? Yes, there is. What's in style? For young people, we do a young cut. For the others, we choose a style that suits their age. In general, the style depends on the age and the taste of the client. It depends on the customer. Some prefer braids. Others like simple styles. Young women like having their hair set. I like my own hairstyle, for example. Do you like the hairstyle you're doing right now? Our policy is to please the customer. We're serving the people.
A Westerner has a hard time discerning the latest style in Chinese clothing. But there are fashions and styles in China, and for the most part, they are created in Shanghai. These styles are subtle. They depend on the detail of a fold, the position of a pocket, the fitting of a shoulder. In Peking, they say that the inhabitants of Shanghai are too frivolous, but whenever they visit, they have a suit made here. The buildings in the central city are a reminder of the days of imperialism. The city is huge. 12 million people live in Greater Shanghai, including suburban communes administered by the city. Hard work is the legacy of past oppression and colonization. That is why Chinese leaders have often declared that China belongs to the third world and that its economy is still underdeveloped. It is clear that the Chinese must work hard if they want to become economically developed. Working hard means using everything you have, from recycling and repair shops to the development of heavy industry. Shanghai is a major industrial center. Its 2 million workers are part of a long revolutionary tradition. Zhou Enlai led a great workers' rebellion here in 1927. 40 years later, at the height of the Cultural Revolution, the Shanghai workers again played a decisive role. During the intense political struggle, they helped tip the balance toward the left. Shanghai is known for its wide boulevards, but it's also a city of many side streets lined with small houses. The life of the household often overflows onto the street. A tinker, a knife grinder, an eyeglass repairman. Craftsmen like these still practice their trades individually. The street noise was deafening. We had to go up into a terrace to interview these two policemen.
Our two main responsibilities concern traffic regulation. The first is our accident prevention program, and the other is on-the-spot traffic control. As my comrade just said, we go to the work groups, factories, organizations, and schools to give out information. Our job is to explain things clearly. We use a blackboard, and we post up dadzibaos, which are handwritten wall posters. We write out the traffic regulations, and we give examples of actual accidents in order to explain how the accidents happened and to learn from them. The important thing is to educate the drivers and the bicycle riders in the spirit of Mao Zedong's thought and in the spirit of socialism. We pay special attention to the way people relate. We do our work with this in mind. The most important thing is for people to care about each other and help each other out. That's why, even if someone breaks a rule, I can let him go on his way. I'm not sure I've explained it clearly. Yes, it's very clear. Those are our two main jobs. Yes, those are our two main tasks, right? Yes, those are our two main jobs. In general, people do care about each other and respect each other. It's very important to have safe streets. For the most part, the rules are well kept. But there are some people who don't obey the rules because their consciousness is low. We call it consciousness here. Or because it's too inconvenient. That's why we emphasize people's attitudes towards each other. You can see for yourself that the street's been taken over by pedestrians, and that the bicycle riders and drivers don't always stay in the right lanes. That's why we work on people's concern for one another. If a pedestrian walks in the street and not on the crosswalk, the cars still have to give him the right of way to avoid an accident. Just because someone breaks a rule doesn't mean you have the right to run him over. You can't do that. That's why we work on improving people's respect and concern for others, as well as on regulations. It's very important. What do you do when there's a traffic violation? When there's a violation, we emphasize education. We explain what the dangers and consequences are of ignoring traffic laws. We also hand out penalties, but only to reinforce the lessons we teach. When education isn't enough or doesn't solve the problem, then we resort to penalties. There are three categories of traffic violations. Three categories: minor, serious, and very serious. For example, a minor one is when a driver goes through a stop sign. Then, just a warning is enough. That's a bad thing to do. Don't do it again. Move on. And we let him go. For the most serious cases, we also use education. We try to make them understand that it's prohibited because it's dangerous. You may have seen in our streets a situation in which the people themselves took part in criticizing the offenders to make them aware of their mistakes. There are also other examples. Let's say we're dealing with a problem, and the people in the streets don't agree with us. They say what they think about it, and if it's valid, we try to take it into account and reevaluate our position. If what they say isn't helpful, well then, someone else will help us out. What do you do when there's an accident? We refer back to the regulations and study the particular case. That's the first thing we do. Then we decide how much responsibility each person has for the accident. We have to be very thorough. When there's an accident, we inform their groups, that is, the work groups of each person involved, of the person that caused the accident and of the victim. We call in the representatives of these groups, as well as eyewitnesses. That could be me, it could be someone else. We ask them to come in and discuss the accident. We ask them to discuss it with us. Yes, that's right. We ask them to discuss it together and to decide who's responsible. We all talk it over, and that's it. There are other situations too. For example, when a peasant comes from the country, bringing vegetables to town, he's driving a cart. He comes from the country, so he doesn't know the traffic regulations. We deal with this case differently. It depends on the situation. That's right. For example, if a worker from Shanghai runs into the peasant's cart, usually it's the worker who pays damages to the peasant, but not automatically. You have to examine the situation. The peasant arrives in Shanghai after a long trip. In this case, we appeal to human qualities of solidarity and people's concern for each other. In this instance, the workers and the people of Shanghai would gladly pay the peasant's expenses. We have to raise people's consciousness and their sense of concern for one another. Last year, there were 9 accidental deaths here in Huangpu, the downtown area. 9 deaths, and almost all 9 were caused by speeding.
The policewoman is broadcasting some advice to the public. Revolutionary comrades, please stay on the sidewalk. Do not walk in the street. When you cross the street, please use the crosswalks and walk quickly. In order to protect human life and for the sake of our nation, I sincerely hope that all of you will develop the true spirit of safety and revolution. We visited an exhibit of selected drawings done by school children.
Look at him. He's taking a picture. And that's a bridge. And there's a chicken. That man looks very serious. And him, he's drawing. The boy who did it is 14. His leg looks broken. It's shorter than the other one. It's all twisted. And the lighting's wrong, too. I would have drawn it from a different angle.
This drawing is called Me.
What are the goldfish swimming in? In a bowl? In a bowl, that's right. Let's look over here. What's that? Some grandpas are going for a walk. Who did this drawing? I did. And who's in the drawing? The People's Police? Ah, the People's Police. And what happened to your friend? What happened? Did she get lost? Yes, at the Tilam Bridge. And then what happened? She was crying. And then what did the lady do? The policewoman took her home, didn't she?
The exhibit's director told us that in his opinion, you see too much of the teacher's influence in a few of the drawings.
Are you good at the barbers? No, you're not good. Yes, I am. You see how good they are? You have to be good at the barbers. You have to let them cut your hair. You see them? They aren't crying. You see? I don't cry. Are you sure? I don't cry. Look at the chicken. Look at the chicken. I can't see. It's too high.
In the old foreign concession, the once famous brothels of Shanghai no longer exist. When we asked a British naval officer what he does nowadays when he stops over in Shanghai, he replied, I eat in restaurants, I visit exhibits, and I go to the zoo. A ride in one of the three-wheel taxis made here in Shanghai costs only a few cents. The practice of tipping no longer exists. We spoke with one young driver who didn't even know the meaning of the word tip. These people walking in the rain are a group of factory workers. They're on their way to the countryside to spend some time living and working with the peasants. Shanghai has a tropical climate. It rains a lot. The temperature can get quite hot, and it's seldom cold. The houses are not heated. The launching of a ship is a political happening. Up until the Cultural Revolution, China depended on other countries for its commercial fleet. In this realm, as well as in all others, China has been aiming at self-sufficiency. Shanghai, for a long time the symbol of colonization in Asia, is today a revolutionary stronghold. The Chinese say, the east wind prevails over the west wind. The revolutionary wind prevails over the reactionary wind. And they've named this boat the Wind and the Waves. Professor Tsien lives on the Tsinghua University campus in Peking. Professor Tsien is a member of the small group of elite Chinese intellectuals trained abroad. He studied in Canada and then in the United States during the late 1930s. In 1946, he returned to China. Today, as a renowned professor of physics, he's what the Chinese call a great scholar.
In the old days, a pen, a piece of paper, and a book were his entire life. He wasn't interested in anything else. When Papa used to come home, he didn't look at anything except his books. In those days, I believe the American and Soviet educational systems should be our models. So I thought the best thing for our university was to imitate the most famous American and Russian universities. The main characteristic of these universities is that the professors have all the power. As a science professor, I held that since sciences were taught one way in both the US and Russia, we had to do things the same way here. In the past, I treated knowledge like merchandise to be sold to students, and I sold a lot of it. I did all the talking in my classes. I talked, but no one got much out of it. Although I only taught science courses, even my scientific explanations were biased by my worldview. For example, I always placed the most emphasis on theory. I insisted upon theory because I thought concrete applications were not very important. And since I didn't stress the practical side of things, my students looked down on the real world. I told them, just learn what I'm teaching you, and I guarantee you your theses will be good. Their only goal was to write a thesis. But the people, because of Mao Zedong, studying Mao Zedong's thought had raised their consciousness. So they thought I was really difficult to deal with. And the whole university called me the hopeless case. Not to my face, of course, but behind my back they all said it. So I spent about 20 years like that at the university. In a Western university, my situation might seem normal. But here, in a socialist society, people's consciousness is so high that my behavior was unacceptable. That's why, in the Cultural Revolution, there was a real explosion against me. From the first day, the walls outside were covered with political posters. As soon as I opened the door, that's all I saw. They criticized what I'd said to a given student on such and such a day in such and such a class. These disagreements were inevitable. Then the Red Guards came to the house, saying, "We'd like to see if you have any reactionary books." They saw that I did have many books, including foreign books, scientific books, and books on mathematics. They didn't think these books were reactionary, but they asked me, in what way do these books contribute to the economic and scientific development of our country? And since clearly they didn't contribute to it directly, the Red Guards said that they weren't really necessary, although for me they were all treasures. So we had different ideas on this, but they were nice about it. They didn't insist at all that my books were useless and should be thrown away. They just asked me to think about it, about how many of these books met the needs of the working class. I thought about this question a lot. It made a profound impact on me. We agreed completely with the Red Guards. They pushed him to change his thinking. At the time, the far left implied that intellectuals like myself would have to leave the university, would be kicked out to go to work in the countryside. I told myself, I'm almost 60 years old, too old for that. If I have to go to work in the fields, I won't make enough to live on. I felt sorry for myself. And that was all that mattered. This shows that up until then, in spite of some self-awareness, I was still basically selfish. I was very pessimistic. I heard that there were rumors that I'd hung myself, but I didn't commit suicide. I lived through it all. And why? Well, I thought that since liberation, China had become a great country, which was rapidly developing. I really wanted to see my country progress, and I really didn't want to kill myself. My position in the university was still unclear, but at the same time, I wanted to see my country develop and become more and more wonderful. Shortly afterwards, Chairman Mao called on intellectuals to take part in the life of the ordinary workers, to educate ourselves through manual work. I wanted to go to work in a factory, because that's where the workers are, so I asked to go. The university organized a group of professors who wanted to work in a factory and learn from the workers. My application was accepted. In the old days, I wrote a lot of articles, and several books too. It was signing my name that motivated me to continue writing. Each one of my publications glorified my name. On the other hand, workers never think of signing their names to the things they make. It doesn't even cross their minds. I had a very good education, and all my friends were people like me. I never had workers as friends. I have one son. He went to work in a factory after he finished high school. He's been there for more than 10 years. He went to work in a factory. He didn't want to attend the university. I thought this was a great loss. For me, it was inconceivable that my son would never go to college and would be a worker instead. Only later did I come to understand that he'd chosen a better path than I had. I had taken the road of an elite intellectual, but my son had chosen the road of the working class. He's with the workers, though he's from an intellectual background. Even after he'd become a worker, I kept trying to convince him to go to college. But he didn't have the least desire to do so. For a long time, our relationship was strained. But then, I changed. And I finally gave my son the respect he deserves. There used to be great differences in our thinking. For example, my husband was angry with our son for having discontinued his studies. But the girls and I supported him. My scientific theories were highly respected. I ignored all other ideas. I was very arrogant. But it was at the factory that I realized that all my theories didn't amount to much. I saw there were things that I didn't know, because I'd never learned them. But that's when I discovered that I didn't even know things in my own field, things I'd studied and taught my students. Well, I hadn't even learned these things very well. For example, one day at the factory, I went on my own to get a piece of steel, a high carbon steel, a type that contains a high percentage of carbon, which makes a very strong steel. I'd never gone by myself to get the metal. I'd always sent one of my assistants down to get it. But this time, I didn't have an assistant, so I went myself. And I didn't have a machine to test the materials. All the bars of metal looked identical, despite the different grades of carbon. They were all dark gray. What was I going to do? What a problem. I stood around looking at the bars until a nearby worker asked what the problem was. So I explained my predicament to him, and he said, "I'll find it for you." He hit the bars with a stick, and by listening to the sound, he found the metal I needed. I was very embarrassed. He said, "Don't be embarrassed. What just happened is an example of the split between theory and practice. You've had this problem without ever realizing it. We knew you had it, and today you've learned it for yourself. It's not all that bad." The Cultural Revolution has set intellectuals like me free. I'm no longer imprisoned by my books. I didn't throw them out, of course. Look for yourselves. They're all still here. And I think my work has improved. That's why I say I'm liberated. It's just one change in my transformation. I've also gotten away from the narrow pursuits of fame and self-interest. Let's stop for a minute. That wasn't bad, but there are still a few weak spots. Chouling's last piece is very important, but you haven't quite captured her state of mind here. Let's go over this again, sentence by sentence.
我上了他的当。成。
王国禄口口声声说什么？他是为大家着想。他说的大家，是咱龙江大队吗？不是，他是为谁着想？他是为着他那个阶级。成。每个阶级都有自己的公与私，每个阶级都有自己的公私观。志田，敌人利用你的私字掩护了敌人。志田， 咱们都是共产党员，可不能让敌人用咱们的手来达到他们的目的呀。
好，这点还有一点啊。
Good. There's another problem. At the end, the warning should be stronger. As for you, Tsien, you should be more involved. You're shaken by what she's saying. You get up gradually, and you come closer. Just now it was he who approached you, and that's no good. This scene is short, but very important. A new facet of Kang Shui-ying's character is being revealed. That means that your interpretation has to be very explicit and clear, as well as smooth and graceful. Here, watch me do it. Kang Shui-ying makes her entrance. When she enters, she goes like this. Her movement's more than a simple stage entrance. A while back, the 4 peasants were trying to save the drowning man who was being carried away by the current. The waves pushed them back. You have to emphasize that. But then you're swept back. A wave pushes you back. You turn to fight against the waves, but you're carried away again, away from the drowning man. And then you do some somersaults, and you reach him and save him. But what you just did wasn't explicit enough. Our technique is highly stylized. It's not quite like real life, where everything's natural. For example, when Zhang Shuiying is fighting the waves are breaking over her. But her interpretation is a dance movement that's graceful. In real life, if the waves were actually breaking over her, she wouldn't be moving so gracefully. In Peking opera, the art form requires dances that are extremely varied. For example, when we lie down, we do it like this. But in real life, it's not usually like that. According to military rules, you lie down in one movement, keeping the body straight. But on stage, we choreograph it differently, for artistic reasons. By using these movements, we express a certain spirit. Our goal is to make the connection between art and life. Otherwise, it loses its meaning. As for dance, Hung Sing will answer all your questions. Peking opera emphasizes form. For example, when the main character makes his entrance, he should suggest the idea of a hero, of great stature. Our modern plays have incorporated a lot of traditional forms, such as the stage entrance. In traditional Peking opera, when a general goes to war, the first thing he does is to put on his armor. I'll show you. As he leaves for the battlefield, he enters like this, with a lot of flags behind him. He's carrying a shield, standing like this, and then we create a visual image, a pose, a physical attitude. Everything is very studied. Now we've adopted this style.
开始吧。制片，抬起头来，看，前面是什么？
是咱们的3000亩土地。
再往前看，
是龙江的巴掌山。
你再往前看，
看不见了。
巴掌山挡住了你的双眼。抬起头，挺胸膛，高瞻远瞩向前奔。
Peking opera has a very long history. It began in the Ming Dynasty. So, in the beginning, it was part of the popular culture. And served the ordinary people. But later, it passed into the hands of the ruling classes. By the time of the Qing dynasty, it already served the interests of the ruling classes. It was introduced into the imperial court and was performed only for a small minority of people. Its public consisted solely of emperors and officials, lords and ladies. Before liberation, most workers never went to the Peking opera. Their lives were hard. The tickets were very expensive, and the plots didn't correspond to their lives. They weren't like the emperors, warlords, and big merchants who had the leisure time to lie around watching the opera. So they had nothing to do with it. It was after liberation, in other words, under socialism, that the public really got fed up with the opera. One time we gave a performance. And what did we play? Filial piety. And also The Wall. Well, people asked for their money back. Were you criticized by the public before the Cultural Revolution? Of course we were. Because we weren't serving people's needs. And then some of the audience couldn't understand. Because the performances were still aimed at the elite and not at them. They came to the theater, paid for their seats, and fell asleep. Do you ask for people's ideas before each production? We take many different opinions into account. Before each performance, we make a lot of changes, and we often consult the public. And in addition, people write to us on their own to give us their opinions on the dialogue, the songs, the speeches, the movements, and the staging. Their letters are very detailed. Why do the performers go to the factories and to the countryside? We just got back. A little over a month ago. We were in Hopei, in the Shibu Brigade, doing manual work. We do it for a few weeks every year. We do this to change our thinking. In this way, we get to know the thoughts and feelings of the people, and from them we create our characters. Our inspiration comes from real life. Life is the source of ideas, as well as the source of artistic expression. That's our goal. To us, it seems that all the heroes in your productions are perfect. They always succeed. They're heroes without a flaw. We want to portray the thousands of heroes of everyday life by bringing together the best qualities of many into one heroic figure. But art and life aren't the same. The point is to change life, to elevate it. If there were no heroes, and if all we showed were problems, the audience wouldn't learn anything. To answer your question, that's how we see it. That's how plays can unite and educate the people, attack and defeat the enemy. They have their role in the struggle. The heroic figure comes from real life, but he's not a real person. He's idealized, more noble. We start from the heroes that are found in everyday life and what they've done. We study them carefully. Then we put together one heroic character, which comes from the proletariat. The art of the bourgeoisie is also perfect. From the bourgeoisie's point of view, it's just as perfect, but we look at things differently. The bourgeoisie creates characters typical of its class, and we have to put all our energy into creating characters that represent the working class. The issue is a difference in point of view. We have to create our own characters. We have no alternative. It's a matter of political position, point of view, and method. That's it.
Shanghai, 6 o'clock in the morning. Ships here are called East Wind, Yellow Mountain, stormy weather. Then also the Brasilia, the city of Rotterdam, and the ageless junks sticking close to the coast. This is what we could see from the hotel window every morning. We were staying at the Hotel de Paix. Much more so than Tai Chi, an exercise in concentration. As everywhere else in the world, at 8 in the morning, school children fill the streets.
How much does the soup cost? 10 fens. Is that a lot? No, it's not. Do you prepare the soup yourself? Yes, I do. How old are you? 43. Do you have children? I have 5.
There's no special hour for sweet soups. They make an excellent breakfast. This snack bar is very popular for its sweet specialities, particularly its green cakes stuffed with jujube and steam cooked. When you've eaten 2 of them, you're really not hungry anymore.
I'd like 1.5 yuan's worth. 1.5. That looks pretty good. I'll take this too. This is jiacai from Shanghai. We used to bring it in from Sichuan. Now we can prepare it in Shanghai. That way we can save on transport costs, which is better for everybody. In the beginning we sold fruit. Now we do specialties from all parts of the country. They're very popular. Is it good? Yes, it's very good. You can eat it cooked or raw. Both are good. Do you wrap packages here? Of course, of course. And how much does it cost? 55 fens. Does one pay for the packing too? No. Why does the post office wrap packages? It makes things easier for people. And those needles there, what are they for? They're for anyone who might need them for their packages. Do you make a lot of packages like those during the day? Yes.
Shanghai has two parts, separated by the Wangpo River. Ferries take people across. If you miss your ferry, there'll be another one in 15 minutes. We like Shanghai. It's the kind of big city we're used to. Large crowds, thousands of different stores, curiosity, constant movement. This drugstore, called Drugstore Number 3, is in a very busy neighborhood in the southern part of the city. It has 24 employees and serves about 1,000 people a day. We were there every day for 8 weeks.
This is very good for the liver. It also contains vitamins. Keep away from greasy, fatty foods. Fat tires the stomach, and the liver suffers. There's another medicine, which isn't bad. It contains both hepatic and vitamin B6. I'd like 2 aspirins. What for? I don't know, it's for my mother. We don't have any just now. I'll write your mother a little note. Ask her exactly what she wants it for. Does it work? Yes, very well. What's that? It has a cortisone base. I'll try 2 bottles. It costs 15 francs. Usually, I cough a lot less, but I often have to spit. Is your phlegm thick? Yes. Oh, I see. Now it's very thick. Yes. And slimy, too. Does it have a yellowish color? No, it's rather white.
Medical care and medicine is free for the working people. Everything is paid for by their company. Those who don't work have the same rights by paying 1 yuan annually. With a prescription, one pays absolutely nothing. Without a prescription, one pays.
My daughter does the errands for me when I'm busy at the house. It's for my rheumatism. I'd like some aspirin. 4 pills. Yes, 4. That's very nice of you. I'm so busy, and the child didn't really know what I wanted.
These women are responsible for explaining and distributing various contraceptives in the neighborhood, free of charge.
You also wanted to see the contraceptives. I'll show them to you. This is a diaphragm. You insert it into the vagina. This is the contraceptive jelly, which you spread on the diaphragm. You spread it on the surface. On the surface, according to size. And this is the applicator. You have to buy an applicator if you're going to use jelly without the diaphragm. The applicator is used for jelly alone. And this is the contraceptive pill number 2. You can distribute it in your neighborhood, carefully explaining the differences. Each woman will have to decide for herself which method is best. What else do you want to know? In any case, if there are any problems, we'll be here to help you. All right? If you don't understand how to use something, come back and ask us.
Drugstore number 3 has transformed one of its rooms into a dispensary. About 100 people come to consult every day, especially for minor problems. This medical center is convenient for both neighborhood people and transients.
Have a seat.
Acupuncture. The skin is pierced with fine steel or silver needles at the exact point corresponding to the patient's ailment. Several centuries of practical experience have led to the discovery of more than 2,000 vital points. Almost all illnesses have been treated by acupuncture, but the scientific reasons for its efficiency are still unknown.
Open your mouth. Up until the Cultural Revolution, medical care and medical products were 2 separate worlds. The drugstore only sold medicine. If you're sick, go to the hospital. That wasn't practical. People didn't agree. Since the Cultural Revolution, we've criticized the profit motive. And we've asked ourselves, for whom are we really working? That's a fundamental question, a matter of principle. And also one which makes us take sides. If you're only interested in profits, and your zeal increases along with your rising sales, you're on the way to serving the bourgeoisie. That's what we call putting profits at the helm. In my case, I was influenced by Liu Shaoqi before the Cultural Revolution. That was when our drugstore preferred to deal only with big orders. We used to encourage the consumption of expensive medicines and stimulants. We were always eager to handle the big deals. Small business had no interest for us. Do you get a bonus as well as your salary? Bonuses no longer exist today. They no longer exist. The bonuses used to depend on the profits of each enterprise. They increased along with the profits. I was only interested in my bonus. As soon as a bonus was in sight, I cared only for the bonus, not for people. We're the ones who criticized you the managers. But when we questioned your attitude, in fact, we were putting ourselves on trial. It used to be very simple before. I gave orders and the workers obeyed me. That didn't encourage them to use their own initiative. Collective management might seem to take more time. We have to discuss, get together. All that takes time. Before the Cultural Revolution, I made all the decisions alone. Now we talk everything over and encourage personal initiative. We encourage it. Before, you practically never consulted anyone. Since you never listened to us, well, we finally kept quiet. One single person managed everything, and that person was the only one who had the right to make himself heard. If I'm asked to speed up the work because a lot of people are waiting, I can think about it and hurry. But if I'm ordered to hurry, I just couldn't care less. And that brings us to a dead end. I used to think, the leaders have entrusted me with a specific job. I have to carry out their orders step by step as they want. In other words, I reacted like a robot. That's why my conduct was criticized by the others. They said I was being too servile. Before the Cultural Revolution, it was a privilege to voice an opinion. We condemn that attitude, and today everybody can speak his mind. Today, the leaders do the same work as the other employees. I wait on the customers. Since the drugstore is open day and night, I also work the night shift. In other words, we all do the same studies, the same work, and perform the same services. Your blood pressure has gone up since last time. My mother catches cold easily at her age. She catches a cold from anything, and each time she gets an asthma attack. I'll take a bottle. You'll feel better, you'll see. I can tell you how much it costs. I know, my husband has asthma too. But you have to press down gently like this. At home, someone tells you do it this way, another says that way, and nobody knows how to use it. You have to admit it's not a great system. Oh, that's the medical office.
On dit que votre pharmacie est à l'avant-garde.
Your drugstore is well known for being in the forefront. What about the other stores in Shanghai? Oh, that's very relative. Take the store called Spark, for example. They really work for the people. Everybody should take them as an example. It's like two people running a race. If one of them stops, the other gets ahead. It's true that it's relative.
Est-ce que vous pensez que c'est important d'aller travailler à la campagne avec les paysans?
Do you think it's important to go to work in the country with the peasants? Before, when the farmers would come in to buy medicine, I thought we'd never manage to make ourselves understood. I thought they'd go on asking questions forever. I must admit I didn't have a very comprehensive attitude. My attitude has changed since I went to work in the country. At that time, when the farmers came to us, I found them somewhat primitive. I'd like to ask what happens when Xiao Lu is not in agreement with one of your decisions. In that case, I don't wait to tell them what I think. If I don't manage to make myself heard the first time, I'll wait for the next occasion. Recently there was a small incident, not very serious, but you'll understand. It was about the display windows. Some wanted it this way, I wanted it that way. Nobody listened to me, so I insisted. When he's in a bad mood, we try to make him understand. We try to persuade him, and in general we succeed. But sometimes we don't succeed in convincing him, and then he lets everyone know what he thinks. And he complains, he says he's misunderstood. How old is Liu? 30. Is he married? Not yet. Why isn't he married? Simply because I'm still looking for a girlfriend. Chairman Mao recommends that we marry late. In what way do you follow the example of drugstore number 3? Here on Huaihai Avenue, drugstore number 3 and the Spark store have been an incentive for all of us. We want to do as well as they do. Our merchandise is more varied now. We have in stock what people most prefer to buy. Before making our choice, we make inquiries and hold meetings to find out what people want most. We want to know what people hope to find when they come to our store. That's as far as we've gotten. Here the personnel take part in running the store. This is one of the ways in which we're similar to drugstore number 3. But there are many differences too. Compared to the drugstore, we believe there are many differences. For instance, here, the workers and the peasants don't participate in managing the store. Almost everything we sell is manufactured in the factories. That's why we take part in the production work of the factories. How much do those spittoons cost? 2 yuans 80. No, 288. And the thermos bottles? 650.
The village of Changtan, in the popular commune of Longhua, 15 miles from Shanghai. These people are not really peddlers. They are Shanghai workers who have come to present their goods to the peasants, to see if they like them.
That's new. It's got a nice ring. We'll take one. In the country, you need an alarm clock with a good ring. You want a square one or a round one? The square one's more modern. It'll look good in a new house. When you get older, you prefer simpler things. Does it cost more than 30 yuan? Just 14 yuan 70, and listen to it ring.
Pharmacists come to the village once a week to treat the people and bring them medicine.
You already cured me with acupuncture, but now it hurts here. Yes, there. In the heel there. That's where it hurts. You see? You've sprained it. It's all over. Don't move anymore. All right? All right, all right. Bend your head. Fine, don't move. How's that? Does it hurt? Does it feel numb? There it goes. That's it. I've had pains in my shoulder, in my left hand, and in the small of my back. I've already had acupuncture. And now your shoulder doesn't hurt anymore? I'd like you to do something for my back. Fine. But let me take care of your hand first, and the back later. $2.78. I'd like a bottle of glycerin, please. Wait your turn, wait your turn. Here's your change, wait your turn. I still owe you 6 funds. Here's your change. Here's your 6 funds.
After taking care of the peasants, the pharmacists work in the field with them. During the month of February, they pick cabbage.
那比我要快嘞，那手艺比俺那要快嘞。
也这样。
哎。
包这个黄叶子啊。
哎。你刚过给送到车上里去嘛？要说我种地质量。
The wagons bring the crop directly into Shanghai. Thanks to its green belt, this enormous city, like almost all the cities of this country, is self-sufficient in fruit and vegetables.
Demande à Pao si elle était contente quand elle a commencé à travailler.
Ask Bao if she was happy when she started to work in the drugstore. At that time, I didn't like the work they made me do. I used to think only the doctors performed a service worthy of respect, and I only did the work of a servant. That's why I wasn't happy with my career. I wasn't interested in politics or in political studies. I only had one idea in mind, and that was to become a doctor. That was my only goal. It was only after the Cultural Revolution that I started asking myself, does one try to become competent in order to become famous, or to serve the people? In fact, you must become competent in order to serve the revolution. And I understood the real importance of the idea of serving the people, and how to serve them. Did she agree when the drugstore opened its medical care center? Changing bandages made me so sick I almost fainted. In any case, I didn't like working in the clinic. I thought it was a show of misplaced energies. It made me think of dogs chasing rats, see? Has she been working at the drugstore for a long time? It will be a little more than 6 years. How much does she make a month? I make 40 yuans. And my husband earns 59 yuans. Is that enough to live? Oh, it's enough. Between both our salaries, we earn 100 yuans. There are 3 of us with the baby. We give Mama 20 yuans to take care of the baby and feed him. My husband and I pay 10 yuans a month each for the cafeteria. That makes 20 yuans. Who manages the family budget? I do. She holds the purse strings. All of them. Does that mean that she's the boss in the house? Am I the boss in the house? Well, in general, we talk it over before we buy anything. We usually come to an agreement. She works all day. How does she manage with the baby? Most of the time, I eat at the cafeteria. So does my husband, especially when there are meetings. On Sunday, we both take care of the cooking. In general, in the morning, I cook and he looks after the baby. Then the baby sleeps. He does the wash and I mend, or knit. And he washes the floor. That is, he does the heavy work. It's the same for me. Sunday I wash the floor. I sweep up, or else I fix things. I handle the heavy work, and leave the rest for my wife. Does she think that women's liberation is a reality in China? In principle, I can say that the problem has been resolved. Women are no longer victims as they were, under the old regime, subject to marital and religious power. There might still exist some inequalities in certain couples. Women in China are not 100% liberated. We still need some more time to get to that stage. Does she have the impression that she's a free woman? I think I am. For the most part, I think so.
Under the old regime, this salesman Hong was a jeweler. When the jewelry business wasn't doing well, he turned to pharmaceutical work. He is the former owner of the drugstore.
What exactly does your work consist of? I'm an employee. And as an employee, I work at all the different aspects of this business.
Vous avez un salaire plus élevé que celui des autres employés. Comment ça se
Your
fait?
salary is higher than that of the other employees.
Vous trouvez que c'est normal?
Why is that? Do you find that normal? No, it's not normal. I make the same wages as I did in the days of private enterprise. The state hasn't reduced my salary. The comrade workers and employees who do the same work as I make, at the most, 82.5 yuans, while I earn 107 yuans.
Participe-t-il à la gestion de la pharmacie?
Does he participate in the management of the drugstore? Before, I used to participate. But since I'm an old capitalist, my thoughts are not always well adapted to the socialist system. And for that reason, when it comes to administrative problems, I don't always adapt very well. For example, the problem of inventory. I like to have a big stock on hand. I like things to move easily. It's better for business. But that's a bourgeois idea. Workers and employees don't think the same way. Therefore, I think it's better that I don't participate. Mama will get the socks. I'm going to change the socks. Don't move. No, don't move, don't move. Papa's going to change his socks. Don't move. Look how dirty she is. Oh, you're dirty. Mama's going to put your mask on. And now the bonnet. Pick your head up. Pick your head up. Let's go now. Here we go. We're going to Grandma's house. Don't cry, don't cry. There we go, there we go. She's tired. Let's take off her mask. She's sleepy. We'll put her to bed. She's sleepy. Mama will rock you. Put the pillow here. Cover her, cover her. She's asleep.
The drugstore has set up a worker peasant control committee. 3 neighboring factories, including this pharmaceutical company, send their elected representatives. The neighborhood also sends a delegate. This kind of joint control between customers and employees is still unusual. It is still an experiment.
Are you going to the drugstore tomorrow? Yes. Can you give them the name of this cream? Sure. I'll need another tube. Fine. Also, I have a bone to pick with them. When I wanted to buy cough syrup, there wasn't any. And what's more, they asked me for a prescription. All right, I'll bring it up at tomorrow's meeting. That will help them to improve their sales attitude and the quality of their work, to serve the customers better. And I'll bring you the cream tomorrow. Come over and get it at the shop. Dao has something to tell you, too. Tell her to come by. If you go to the drugstore, can you tell them that when I went there to buy a thermometer, they weren't very polite. I couldn't get the thermometer. They made up all kinds of excuses. Was it a man or a woman who waited on you? A man. What did he look like? He wore glasses. Was it a young man or an old man? It was a young man, on the heavy side. Young and fat. Oh, that could only have been Xiaoliu. Xiaoliu, he fits your description. Sometimes he gets angry with the customers. It's good you mentioned it. I'll bring it up at the meeting tomorrow.
The village to which the drugstore is linked also sends a representative to the control committee.
I'm going to drugstore number 3 tomorrow. If you've anything to tell them. I bought a cream there the other day for my mycosis. It didn't work very well. Ask them if they have anything better. Tell them it's for me, all right? And then for acupuncture, Dr. Tsai came by a few days ago. He's really very good. But now they're also the young doctors. And they're not very good at acupuncture. You can feel them hesitating. So what I'd like is that these 2 apprentices learn their profession better. That's all. I'll leave it to you. Anyone else have anything to add? Once I had pains in my back, I asked them for some medicine. Some of them told me they didn't have any. Others didn't even bother answering me. I'll mention it. Is there anything else? An errand or any other criticism? If there's nothing else, I'll be going. Don't worry. I'll give them all your messages. Are you going to the drugstore? I borrowed something from them. Can you return it? Yes. Just come by and leave it off at my place, all right? Thank you very much. I didn't have the time to bring it back. Somebody borrowed this catheter. She doesn't need it anymore. Could you check to see if it's all right, please? Put it away then, and thank you. Did you come by bus? I took the number 50. It was packed. When I left them, several members of my group told me they were really very happy with the medical products you came to sell. They'd like you to come again. You see, we work very hard in the country, especially during the planting season. Our village isn't very far from the city, but to go back and forth, it takes 1 or 2 hours. As for me, a fellow worker at the factory told me what happened when she came to buy a thermometer. It was already dark out. One of the comrades didn't receive her very well. She's not very happy about it. She asked me if I was coming to the drugstore today. She said, "Can you give them a message?" I said, "What message?" She told me the story about the thermometer. I asked her if it was a man or a woman who waited on her. A man. What was he like? He was wearing glasses. It was me, there's no doubt about it. She also said he was young and rather fat. Then it was me. That's what I thought. Was she an older woman? More or less. Oh yes, now I know. I was on the night shift, but I don't remember with whom. She asked me for a thermometer, and I told her that we were out of them, that I was busy, but she shouldn't bother me. I told her to come back another time. I told her to get lost. But you should have tried to help her, or at least have been patient with her. You should have told her you'd try to send her one the next day. One day old Wu came to see you. 4 young clerks were behind the counter. That intimidated him. So I think the clerks should be grouped differently. If you see him again, tell him you should speak to the younger clerks without being embarrassed. If they don't know, they'll ask the older ones for advice. Just because you're young doesn't mean you're ignorant. Anyway, that's the way old people are. They're mistrustful. They'd like to ask questions, but if they feel ill at ease, then they leave. They need reassurance. If the young clerks can't help them, the older ones can. Instead of just standing there, we should have helped him to tell us what he wanted. Another thing, as far as work goes here, in drugstore number 3, everything's fine in every way. On the other hand, interest in political studies is dropping. We can't really say you don't study, but you don't take it very seriously. When there's a lot of work here, studies suffer. But it's true that we can't be efficient if studies are neglected. We have to be read and expert. Excuse me, but I have my own ideas about studying. When we have too much work, our nerves are on edge. Upstairs, you're studying. Down here, we're smothered in work. So things get out of control. In that case, we may as well reduce the number of study hours. There are too many of them anyway. In my opinion, the problem is that we let ourselves get tied down with work. I'm sure that without study hours, we can't accomplish our task. On that point, I agree with Wu. It's a serious matter. We should improve our political studies. We have to organize our time better. For example, study during the slow hours. In that way, our work won't suffer. Whatever the price, we need the time to study to make sure our work is successful. Otherwise, we'll be distracted, and we won't be able to serve our customers well, even if you're an ace on the job. Today, our worker comrades have made several very important observations. After the meeting, we should make some decisions. As for the future, I'll speak to the rest of the comrades at the drugstore about it. Don't neglect your studies, even if you have a lot of work. Fine. Anything else to say? The meeting's adjourned. Say, could you deliver these medicines? These go to Yongjia Street, and those to Jiangguo Street. And then tonight, you'll have to go to Gaon Street for Mrs. Lee's acupuncture treatment. Tonight, yes, to Mrs. Lee's. To Mrs. Lee's. Yes, Gaon Street. Gaon Street. It's Sunday in the Peking suburbs. A woman is asking for a piece of meat with fat on it. Another one says, "Don't you have something leaner?" It's fatty. It's too fatty. Give me 1 yuan's worth. Here, these two are for you. Poor Xiaohong, I completely forgot your candy. But you don't mind, do you? Here it is. Give one to Xiaowang. Go on, give him one or I won't buy you one next time. Go on, give it to him. Did you transplant your flowers? I'll water them for you later. Forget the candy. Come on now. Let's sing. Go ahead, sing. Ready, go.
Gao Shulan's brother and his wife.
Is Yao Chen going fishing? No. How come he doesn't fish anymore? He has no time. We don't have the same day off, so I never see him. His day's Monday. The other day, a whole group of us went fishing. But the fish weren't biting.
The neighbor, who is a cook, is preparing cakes for the entire courtyard. They'll be stuffed with rice and jujube and steam cooked. Each year, these cakes remind us of a 2,000-year-old legend. One night, the poet, Xu Yan was walking by a lake. He saw the reflection of the moon on its surface. He mistook the reflection for the moon itself and tried to hold it in his arms. And he drowned. The people who loved the poet came and threw rice into the lake to keep the fish away so they wouldn't devour Xu Yan's body.
吃面条吃包饺子，
吃什么就行了。来，小红，来。
怎么样？哪出鱼了？
This is Xu and her family. In the courtyard, everybody calls her Big Xu.
Did you find any thread for me? No, I didn't. Let's see the net. You see, I need some. The mesh is too small. You already have a fine mesh net. Yes, I keep an extra just in case. I hear the water level is down. We could go fishing this afternoon. Fishing again. Why not? Every Sunday it's the same story. He takes off and leaves me with the housework. The fish are for you, too. I see we're still arguing about fishing. Leave them alone. At least we'll have some fish. We'll have some fish, so why complain? Come on, Xiaohong. I'll buy you some picture books. No, why don't you stay? Goodbye. Goodbye. Look, we need to relax a little. I don't mind that, but things pile up around here. And Sunday's our only day to clean the house. All he thinks about is having fun. The house can be cleaned any time, but the fish can't wait. I won't stop you from going, but you have to help out here too. You complain a lot about fishing, but you don't mind eating the fish. I thought you had to write up your critique. I'll do it tonight. What do you mean tonight? We'll take care of it tonight. I'll help him. Come on, let's go. All right, but don't stay too long. Unless we drown. That's what worries me, so don't stay too long. Don't worry. Come on. Go ahead, I'll catch up. In front of Brother Cow. So what? What's wrong? Are you afraid of Brother Cow? Could you speak softer? Why, are you afraid? No, it's not that. You talk so loud. I don't like it. Well, you ought to know me by now.
啊，我今天上我妈那看看，跟小红来了一块儿。怎么着，小阿姨
Say hello to the ants.
小阿姨
Go ahead.
叫。哎，可真听话。
Go ahead. Say hello.
哎，叫那哥哥，哥哥好。啊。
小红可真乖了。
乖什么淘气？
She's not always this nice.
都那样。
所以你这俩孩子就合适。
You have 2 children. That's enough.
别的像我似的多一个，我这就多一个，我这不正好吗？
It's nice to have a boy and a girl. Xiaodan, do you want a baby brother? Tell her no.
你这不要了。
啊，那就好。
I agree. But my Xiaohong asks me for a little brother every day. She probably gets it from Grandma.
孩子再来一个。
我也得响应。
啊，就这一个多好啊，奶奶也看着。
你像那个咱们现在。
At the factory, a lot of women have 3 or 4 children. That's bad for their health, and sometimes for work too.
我们的精力也是有限的。
擦擦。
本来擦了吗？
没有，上了。
行了行了。
你也只一个吧。我跟你不一样，包的。马斯林不爱吃那什么。
啊？
不爱吃腻。
不爱吃鸡蛋。
给我一双筷子。
Hand me the chopsticks.
我妈能擀吗？我能擀。
我自个儿能擀，包那个。小点馅儿。
我妈擀劲儿啊。
Mom's a fast worker.
啊，我
还能供上来。
Almost as fast as me.
馅儿水少点，我看。
那馅儿还少。
不是馅儿啊，这个。
馅儿搅的水少。
面软吗？
要不然那搁酱油就不行。
The stuffing's a little dry.
我们要在家吃饺子1钟头，面包再吃。少一点。
How long have you lived here?
在这儿是不是住了很长时候了？
我们在这儿住
Let's see.
了10年了吧？
About 10 years. 11 since 1962. Where did your family come from, and what did they do?
成分是这什么成分？家庭成分是什么呀？
家庭成分是贫农啊。
They were poor peasants.
解放前的是那会儿也不够吃。
Before liberation, we didn't have enough food and clothing.
你看那会儿我妈
We had built, Mom remembers,
盖了一间
a 3-room shack
土房吧
on a small plot which belonged to the landlord.
老太太，您这个都生了几个孩子？
生的9啊，都死3吧，死。
I had 9 children.
剩的
3 died.
就剩他们这。
I only have 5 left. 4 died.
这5个孩子现在都在哪儿了？
这5个孩子，一个在。
One of them works at the power station in Zhejiang. One works here in
丰台。
Fengtai.
这丰台这个。
I forget which factory in Fengtai.
汽车飞修配厂。
That's right, an auto repair factory.
这个带这姑娘啊，在这儿。
Shulan is at the locomotive factory.
我那小的在河南。
And the youngest is in Honan.
河南当兵。
当兵。
He's a soldier.
8岁，就8岁了，就。
I was only 8 when I became engaged.
8岁呢，我是那。
My father had no money, so he went to see his cousin.
那时候那个逮住。
To borrow a pig.
川节呀，就是说给不起。
He sold the pig to get some money.
给不起这住男的了，这不就找这什么你爷爷，他们都不是姐夫。
But then he couldn't pay back his cousin.
说的我把这。
So he said, "Here, take my daughter instead." His daughter for a pig. My father said, "Take my daughter and we'll be even." His cousin said, "All right. We'll forget the 8 yuans for the pig." Our house, if you could call it that, had only 3 rooms. Really just 2 1/2, made of adobe. Our house had low ceilings, and my husband was very tall. He used to bump his head a lot. The roof was so low. In those days, in spite of our tears, they would bind tighter and tighter. Our feet were deformed. They would get infected. The toes were crushed together. Yes, the bones were broken. It was unbearable. If you had big feet, no man would marry you. Before taking a wife, a man would look at her feet. And on the wedding day, when the bride arrived, everyone came to look at her, or rather at her small feet. They would admire her small slippers and their fine embroidery. In the old society, people thought the more sons you had, the richer you'd get. People don't think like this anymore. I've got one child too many. Don't be silly. I have 2 sons and a daughter. Really, 1 child is enough. 2 at the most. Shugan has just 1 child, that's best. Yes, if only Grandma wouldn't keep telling Xiaohong, ask your mommy for a little brother. If I had to take care of another child, my work would suffer. I feel better with less children. That way I'm free to study and work, especially now. I'll try to convince grandmother. When I got married, I was almost 19. And how old was his wife? She was 2 years younger. 17, right? Did your parents arrange the marriage? Yes, of course. I was engaged when I was only 10 years old. In the old society, marriages were arranged by the parents. What did you think about it? I was against it, but what could I do? Our parents made the decisions. We weren't free. You were against it. You were against it. What did you know about it? You were even younger than me. I was against it anyway. Our parents made the decisions. All I could do was obey. In your case, love came after marriage. What is the family income? The family income. Together, my wife and I earn about 110 yuan a month. For these 3 rooms, the rent is about 6 yuan. Just under 6 yuan. Yes, that's right. 5 yuan, 72 fens. Then there's the electricity. Running water, garbage collection, and street cleaning. In all, it comes to 7 yuan, or just under 7 yuan. Do you pay income tax? No. Here we only have to pay rent, electricity, running water, clothing and food. We used to pay taxes under the Kuomintang. Do you ever quarrel? Sometimes with my mother. Sometimes there are problems. For example, when my sister buys something, if everyone doesn't agree, then we argue. Quarrels? Yes, they argue about things like that. Aside from that, sometimes Xiaolian's mother scolds Xiaolian or her brother for dressing up too much. The grandmother steps in. Otherwise it would never end. Parents aren't always right. Children have the right to disagree. Family relationships are different now. We discuss politics. For example, when something political happens at the factory, we talk it over. We're almost out of dough. Aunt, pass me the flour. Mother often says, eating dumplings reminds me of New Year's. In the old days, poor people only ate them on New Year's Eve. Today it's like any other dish. Don't put too much flour in, or the dough will crumble. Drink. Drink up. Or you won't get anything else. How many people live in this courtyard? There are 7 families. Altogether, about 30... How many people? 38. 38. That's a lot. Most of us are workers at the February 7th factory. We know each other well. We talk together. We go for walks. On Sundays, for instance. We get along very well. Once Yukong got sick in the middle of the night, and we all got up to take her to the hospital. We're all good neighbors. But it wouldn't be true to say there are never any problems. For instance, my mother had a plant. We were all waiting for it to bloom. When someone cut all the buds with a pair of scissors, Mom lost her temper and started to shout. Big Shoe heard her and thought she was shouting at her child. They held a grudge for a long time and stopped speaking to each other. In general, we get along. We help each other. There are 3 grandmothers in the courtyard. They're in their 60s. They do the cooking and take care of the children for 7 families. When everyone's away at work, they're in charge of the courtyard. We help each other. It works pretty well, in spite of some differences from time to time. Go on, eat. Eat. Your stomach hurts. You ate too many apples.
这个有时候啊，少老太太经常开会。
The three grandmothers usually come to our meetings. We meet here in the courtyard
有家不在家的。
to keep an eye on the children.
我们这院里还有一风气儿，要一家吃什么都吃什么。
Another thing that happens a lot, we end up eating the same thing for dinner.
这个菜站卖韭菜了。
If Big Shu hears there are green onions at the market,
卖韭菜
she'll say, hey, let's go buy some green onions.
买韭菜。
And we all rush off to buy some.
你还有时候你像那个。
Sometimes we all have dumplings, sometimes fish.
结果一个
When
人
one
买
person buys something, the others do too.
团结总来说。
Generally, we get together pretty well. And on our time off, too.
拉胡粉的。
Three of us play the violin, one the monochord, and one the flute. We could give a little concert. Attention, please. Travelers to Fengtai, Yongtingmen, and Peking are requested to use the crossing and to wait on the platform.
The railway station, half an hour from Peking.
Attention, please. Let the passengers off before boarding. Do not let children run on the platform. They might fall and get hurt. It's practically empty. Here? Yes, here's fine. Would you like a pair? I've brought lots of them for my daughter.
Gao Shulan is going to join her husband in Peking.
Let's not forget them. I'm so absent-minded. Sometimes I bring candy for Xiaohong. Do you bring her some every time? No, but this time my mother-in-law is sick. They have to stay indoors, so I'm bringing her some. When I was young, I used to help with the harvest, but I got bad blisters, so I had to stop. You weren't used to it.
Peking, the central station. Everyone travels with a teacup and a few leaves of green tea. Boiling water is available everywhere in railway stations and trains.
What are you doing? Don't you have school? No, we don't have school. We're following Lei Feng's example. We're cleaning up. Was it your idea to come here? Yes, we volunteered. Our teacher and classmates told us that other schools have already come here. Our classmates told us how to go about it. So we formed a group, and here we are. Do you do this often? Yes, a lot. After school. Attention please, train number 59, scheduled at 8:25 for Tongsheng, will be leaving in 10 minutes. Will passengers please board the train? Passengers are requested to board promptly. The train will leave from platform number 3. Attention please, do not spit on the floor. Please use the spittoons. If you drink, please empty your glass in the basin.
Gao Shulan's husband. Like Gao Shulan, he comes from a peasant family. He's an officer in the Peking garrison, but he has to travel frequently. Gao Shulan says, "I'm very talkative, but he's rather quiet."
Aren't you going to give any to Daddy? Give some to Daddy. Please don't push. Let the passengers off first.
Along the sidewalks, there are receptacles where people eating watermelons can throw their rinds in pits. This waste is collected and taken to the nearby countryside, where it is used as seed and food for the animals. This is a replica of a huge suspension bridge called the Tattoo Bridge. During the Long March, the Red Army had to cross it, clinging to the chains and fighting at the same time. This is the most famous episode of the Long March.
Comment tu organises ton travail avec la vie de famille?
How do you manage having a family and working at the same time? The family is very important to me. But it's not the most important thing. You can't let it take up all your time when you have to work and study too. We manage pretty well, since my husband works near home. He can take care of our child part of the time. My mother-in-law treats me well and helps me in what I'm doing. Since I work far away, I only come home once a week. What qualities did you look for most in choosing your husband? Before getting married, I tried to picture the kind of man I would like. After thinking about it a lot, I decided he would have to be honest, politically sound, and have the same outlook on life as me, so we wouldn't argue later on. Perhaps there are still some women who believe they have to get married in order to have food and clothing. We fell in love in February '66. For 2 years, we were really a strange pair. We only went out to eat once. Neither of us wanted the other to pay. I was always thinking, it shouldn't come from his pocket. Whether or not our relationship developed, I didn't want to owe him anything. That's how it was for me, and many other women too. Did you think about marriage a lot when you were a girl? No, I didn't. I got married at 25. No one forced me. I got married because I wanted to. It was during the Cultural Revolution. I took part in the Cultural Revolution with the women in my factory. With all that was going on, I didn't think much about my marriage. A little, of course, given my age. But not as much as I thought about all that was happening at the time. Do you ever disagree with your husband? We rarely argue, except sometimes about our child, who's rather naughty. Sometimes I lose my temper and even spank her. Not hard, of course, but my husband disapproves. He believes in reasoning. He doesn't like me to spank her. Do you want another child? Yes, another. That's all you think about. Another one. Then you'll take care of it. Sure I will. Then I'll think about it.
The locomotive factory where Gao Shulan works is called the February 7th factory. On February 7th, 1923, the Chinese railroad workers went on strike for the first time. 60 of them were killed and 300 wounded. The diesel engines manufactured in the factory are assembled in this workshop. A repair shop for old locomotives. The union organizes evening courses for the factory workers.
What courses do you think we should have? Technical skills, I think. The older workers are already quite skilled. Technical courses would be better for the younger ones. What about the older ones then? Arts and sciences? Arts and sciences, that's a good idea. I always make an investigation first, otherwise I'd be criticized.
When we came here before, we spent some time at the factory. The factory was still in the midst of the Cultural Revolution. That's when we met Gao Shulan. At that time, she was in charge of a shop almost entirely composed of men, which caused many problems. Gao Shulan took us to a courtyard, introduced us to a family, and we became friends. Today, Gao Shulan is vice chairman of the Factory Workers Union. Instead of going to the canteen, workers from outlying parts of the factory find it more convenient to get their meals from the lunch wagon.
Do you know Gao Shulan? Yes, I know her. She's been working at the February 7th factory since 1958. At that time, we were in the same section. I was foreman, so we worked together. She was just 16, just a little girl. She was rather shy and quiet. I've spoken with the workers in the North Wing. They've asked me to pass on a few suggestions. They say there's a good variety of food, but if you're late, the portions are too small. In the evening, those who attend meetings criticizing revisionism often come late for dinner. They should be considered. Less variety, but larger portions. I think that would be better. That's what I wanted to say. Well, what about it? I don't know what to say. We'll do all we can to find a solution, all right? Good, that's enough for now. We'll see about the rest later. In the north wing, they make up their own menu. Oh, that's pretty good.
Children can eat with their parents at the canteen. The nursery is just next door. There are also elementary and high schools on the factory grounds. Altogether, 5,000 children.
There are more and more children at the nursery. We don't have enough space and supplies, especially in summer. We need some more sleeping room and a larger play area. The factory could help us with this problem. And we don't have enough toys for all the toddlers. We could use more, don't you think? We have the same problem with the playground. Small toys are all right, but the children need swings and slides for exercise. Couldn't we get more of these too? If we want our children to grow up healthy and develop morally, intellectually, and physically, we should organize group activities that are also educational. Do any other mothers have questions? If we want healthy growing children, I think we should improve their food. For instance, the food given to 7-month-olds has enough egg, but it needs more vegetables. It would help digestion.
She started out as a welder, and after a while, she became very good at it. She's not afraid of carrying oxygen cylinders or of working in shop number 2, where she's the only woman. Just after she came to the factory, she was given a responsible position in the shop. Then she became vice chairman of the entire workers' union. She was very active, but in the beginning, she was shy, like all the other girls. We helped her, and in the end, we thought of her more like a boy than a girl. She's got a lot of courage and determination. That's for sure. People listen to her. But she also has her weaknesses, some weak points. She sometimes oversimplifies things. I think I know her better than the others. Her problem is she's too subjective. She doesn't make enough investigations. Well, she does, but they're not thorough. As Chairman Mao says, investigations are to be taken seriously and not done in a hurry. She's not precise. I think when she became a cadre, she was a little too proud and self-satisfied. We told her so. After that, she joined the party, right? Yes, that's right. She became overconfident when the party asked her to join. It went to her head. She can be very hard on herself. And she has very strong ties with the workers. She stays close to them, and they support her. Since she became vice chairman of the union, she hasn't cut herself off from the workers, at least not yet. She hasn't changed. As for the future, we'll see. During the Cultural Revolution, she was daring and outspoken. And for a girl, she acted more like a boy. She had the courage to fight against the wrong tendencies. In the Cultural Revolution, she really went all out. Gao Shulan is an outstanding woman. She spoke out during the Cultural Revolution when no other women dared. She fought against the wrong political line. Not only that, but her class position is very solid. She stood up to the leaders who were following the capitalist path. At that time, Gao Shulan was really determined to fight. Class enemies, motivated by hate and fear, were trying to turn the people against each other, to crush the revolution. One time, during a big meeting, Gao Shulan was on the speaker's platform, attacking these leaders. A big fight broke out. People had been deceived by their leaders. Fists were flying, but as if nothing were happening, she continued explaining Chairman Mao's 16 points. You have to have been through a struggle with her to really know her. She was right there with us, with you and me. We were all together in the same group. We were all together during the Cultural Revolution. In the beginning, she was just like us, an ordinary militant. Yes, a woman like us. She held her ground, even when threatened. We respected her. And then there was the terrible raid, the night of January 12th. They tried 3 times to get their hands on Gao Shulan. Wasn't that November 11th, 1966? Then they brought the rebels to the factory. They beat them and made them kneel on benches. The factory was under heavy guard. It lasted more than 6 hours. The way she stood up to the enemy showed us how strong she was in her class position and in her convictions. And that's when we chose her as leader, right? We admired the way she kept on struggling. Everyone in the whole factory knew her. That's right. At times like that, you know who the real leaders are. In the midst of a struggle. Not only that, during the Cultural Revolution, when things were really hard, she fell in love. But she didn't even have time to write a letter. She worked even on Sundays. She really threw herself into the revolution. We admire her a lot. She's quite a woman. A man could have done as much as she did. But in a sense, being a woman and having done all that makes her even stronger than us, so we were glad to vote for her. Even if a new cadre is a hard worker, it takes time to learn the job. Sometimes we're not satisfied, right? With her work. You mean her methods? Right.
These are workers' children on the factory grounds. The factory is concerned with more than the production output of its 8,000 workers. It is concerned with the lives of 40,000 people. Some workers live far away. Many young people prefer not to live at home with their parents. Without waiting for the municipality to take the first step, the factory has decided to provide living quarters for them on its own grounds. A group of workers, elected to study the housing problem, visits a nearby construction site.
Take notes on all this, will you? Let's try to come to some decision about the kind of housing we'd like and who's going to build it. This is just the kind of building we need. As we said before, instead of this kind, I'd prefer a low house because of my age. A one-story house would be better. A ground-level house. I don't think everyone agrees. For young people who live in dormitories, we could build higher. Since we're young, we don't mind the stairs. And tall buildings take up less ground space. It would be convenient for the workers if the houses were near the stores. I agree, but not only stores. Bicycle shelters should be nearby too. There's a shortage of construction workers, but we need the housing. We'll need some help from the workers in every shop, and from the cadres too. We should all take part. We can use 30% of the cadres. I mean 10%. And 30% of the workers. I mean 3%, right. For the last few days, I've been watching you shoot your film. I'm all for it. It's a good thing. But the rest of us, the workers, would like to warn Gao not to become too pretentious and proud. I'm sure you'll agree that doing this film about her, making her a star, you have to be careful, don't you think? She should work with us in the shop more often, otherwise she may fall into revisionism. So if comrades Marceline and Evans could film some other women. In the March 8th group, Comrade Chang Wan Huan is outstanding. And Shui Zhou Lam, for example, she's a very good cadre. What sort of work do you do? We repair the machines. Our shop is in charge of maintenance. It has 353 workers. 83 are women. That's about 25% women. We're all fitters. Before, we could only watch the men work the machines. Some of them said, it's better to have one man working than two women. It's more profitable. They also said, long on hair, short on brains. All women can do is talk. Just after our March 8th group started out, we went into a shop to fix a broken lathe. When they saw we were all women, the men were annoyed. They wouldn't let us touch the machine. They said, it's not worth repairing. Take my case. I've been working here for 17 years. But I had to wait for the Cultural Revolution before I could play an active role in socialism. Do any of you have children? Yes. I have one child. I have one. I have three. The eldest is 15. She's in high school. You say women can do the same work as men. Do you think that's true the other way around? When my husband comes home, he takes care of everything. He does the laundry and cooks dinner. Our parents were shocked at first. They were offended. But when we explained, they understood. My father is 80. For him, housework has always been a job for women, not for his son-in-law. Some people say husbands who do housework are just like women. Sometimes my husband even washes my hair on Sundays. But at the nursery, it's still the women who take care of children. It needs more grease. How much? Turn it. That should do it.
汤子81个半，这里这旗儿换上了吗？这里的那个。
你把那个口拿了。
Give it to me.
这
口里插哪儿？
好，265。
265.
什么环形油味儿？这是油味儿？
直的。环形的。直的。
直油的。不有一个油眼儿？
Here's one.
长短84。
长短8。
It's 84.
外径54。
在文化大革命以前，
Before liberation in 49, there were very few women in the factory. Feudal ideas were still dominant. People said, no women on locomotives, or we'll have accidents. People getting run over, exploding boilers. How did you become vice chairman of the union? As I recall, the union committee had submitted a list of 29 candidates. They printed it and handed it out to everyone. The workers said there weren't enough young candidates, so they made up a second list of their own, with 31 names. This list was sent around, but the workers weren't satisfied yet. They said it was time for women to become cadres, and there weren't enough women on the list. In the end, they drew up a list of 37 candidates. How does your salary compare to a worker's? I don't have a very high salary, 47 yuan, like a grade 3 worker, but I'm still very happy with it. You say one of the union's jobs is to supervise the leaders. What does that mean exactly? As union cadres, we have to raise the level of consciousness of all the workers so they can participate in political life, in the revolution, and in the liberation of humanity. That way they'll be able to supervise their leaders. The workers see the union as a product of the class struggle and as a weapon in that struggle. There are still class enemies. Chairman Mao says, even in a socialist society, the class struggle continues. Class contradictions exist, and there's always the threat of capitalism. There will be no compromise when it comes to fighting the bourgeoisie and keeping its ideas from corrupting the working class.
Quand on t'a filmé à l'usine, des ouvriers trouvaient qu'on te filmait trop.
When we filmed you at the factory, some workers said they thought we were paying too much attention to you. What do you think? Yes, I know. A lot of my friends and comrades have told me, Comrade Gao, the film is concentrating on you. That's fine. But don't let it go to your head. Don't cut yourself off from the workers. When the filming is over, we hope you'll come and work with us more often.
The Cultural Revolution practically eliminated the union. The workers accused union leaders of working too much for the management. The leaders decided which job each worker would do, assigned the shops, and gave out individual bonuses. They spoke only about increasing production, and not in terms of class struggle and politics. As early as 1958, Mao Zedong had criticized these tendencies. But most union leaders paid no attention. Now, a new union is being created. It has 3 tasks: political education, technical training, and improvement of living and working conditions for everyone.
Would you like to see how we used to make the coil springs? Come and see.
Knowing about the past and not forgetting it is a political principle. This old piece of equipment is kept in a corner of the workshop.
Before, we used to work with this thing from morning to night. By the end of the day, we could hardly even think. Ever since 1950. That's 23 years. I've worked in this shop. In 1965, I became foreman, and I'm still foreman. I've worked here since 58. I started before liberation. That's about 25 years. I've been here since 58 too, about 15 years. I'm an engineer. I graduated from the Institute of Technology. I work in engineering. I've been a worker on the coil spring crew since 58. I'm an engineer too. Graduated in 62 from the Pékin Metallurgical Institute. I've always worked here. Here we have a 3-in-1 group made up of cadres, technicians, and workers who take part equally in technological innovation projects. These 3-in-1 groups are being formed in all the shops. Before, we engineers never left our offices, so we didn't understand the workers' problems. And then when our blueprints didn't correspond to their needs, we got annoyed. Before the engineers laid down the law, they gave the orders, and the workers merely carried them out. Now all that's changed. We're all together. Production and innovation are done by workers and engineers together. With this machine, the main problem was threading. Since we stayed in our offices, well, not always, we didn't have the experience, the same experience as the workers. It was on the job with the workers that the problem of threading got solved. That's a good example. We learned from the engineers, too. Design and math were our weak points. We learn from one another. We teach them the practical side, and they teach us theory. We workers should depend on our own brains, not on the engineers. If we put our heads together, we'll succeed. Real knowledge comes from practice, too. Before the Cultural Revolution, workers weren't allowed to modify machines. They couldn't make any changes at all, not even a screw. That's how it was.
In order to combat the division between intellectual and manual work, between engineers and workers, technological innovation has become a mass movement. It's one of the great achievements of the Cultural Revolution. Every workshop is responsible for collecting its scrap metal, iron filings, and copper shavings. It's all sent to this factory recycling center. The scrap is melted and made into bullions. Each day, hundreds of pounds of different metals are salvaged this way. By the end of the year, this adds up to several hundred tons. This takes place in all of China's factories. Another way of avoiding waste. In this shop, old freight cars are stripped and the wood is used in making composition board. housewives and retired workers of the neighborhood have organized a sort of recycling shop in the factory. They own the shop collectively. They salvage oil and cotton from pads attached to freight car axles. A centrifuge is used to extract the last drops of oil. The salvaged cotton, mixed with new cotton, is used to make new pads.
Coal dust used to fall all around here. It got in your eyes. You couldn't see. You couldn't eat outside, or even sit outside in the evening. You couldn't hang laundry out to dry. You couldn't even stand here. Everyone kept a towel around his neck. By morning, the ground was black with dust. The party paid a lot of attention to this problem. Workers, technicians, and cadres in the 3-in-1 group solved it fast. It took us over a month to build the first dust trap. We built 3 more in the next month. There's been an international conference on pollution. Every country is concerned. As for us, at first, we didn't see the problem clearly. But now that our own industry is developing, we'll be faced with it too. We've got to solve it for the sake of future generations. Take Japan, England, or the United States. The fish are almost gone from the rivers. You can't even swim anymore. The water is so dirty. If you want to swim, you have to wade through garbage, parts of old cars, along the shore. The beaches are ruined. Industrial waste is contaminating the sea. Money is not our main concern. For instance, this system, without the dust trap, cost about 10,000 yuan. With the dust trap, costs a lot more. But even if it costs 10 times as much, the workers' health and preserving the environment come first. To get rid of the dust, we developed this system. We thought it could only be used to pick up the dust. We didn't know the dust could be used as fuel by the workers. We tried it out. It burns well. It's pretty good. Everyone can get some in exchange for a coupon. It's free. You just have to carry it away. We've been doing it like this for a year. We use 1-ton carts to remove it. In winter, 10 tons are carried away each day. A lot of workers are using this fuel. 2 carts of dust mixed with 1 of coal can supply the yearly cooking and heating needs of a family of 10.
mixed with water, makes a kind of mud. This mud is dried and made into briquettes for cooking and heating.
You bought another pair of pants? Why not? I only have one. I only have one. What's done is done. I only have one granddaughter. Let's see. She's bought some more pants. Now your brother will want some too. That's right. And a new jacket too. Your sister works. You don't. So what? What's the difference? All you two care about is your own personal comfort. You say, things are better now. Can't young people dress better too? But you mustn't forget the past. Our parents were poor peasants. And you, after a month's work, you bought yourself a shawl and leather shoes. Your aunt, after 10 years of work, doesn't have as much. All you young people think about is good food and fancy clothes. That's not good. You mustn't forget the people who are suffering throughout the world. Don't you think so? You never listened to your father. Things can't go on like this. What's done is done. But watch out in the future. I don't mind if you wear them now, but remember the hardships of the past. All right, go help your mother with dinner. Anyway, in my day, you couldn't find such fine cloth. You should remind them about the past so they'll appreciate the present. The more often they're reminded, the more they'll progress. But I'm always telling them about the old society. With those two, you shouldn't be afraid to repeat yourself. I keep them both very busy, carrying water, for instance. It's not so easy. That's true. I never stop, scrubbing, cleaning, sweeping, and taking care of you. Of course, do you want your grandmother to do it? What about my jacket, then? Nothing's wrong with this one. All your clothes are new. And so are your shoes and your socks.
我不住你这。
坐。
好。哎，好，你这。这等不了。
等不了。
怎么了？
等不了。不行那个。
出来。
往那儿行，等不了。你那往你敢下吗？
你管不
管？我给你俩，你敢？
他俩什么？
啊。
俩劲儿。
什么？再下一个。
还两个，还你不管他。亮给你了，
说。
亮给你了，要不要？要不要？没有。要不要？白柚子，要不要？
走了。
一个什么？
走了。
快。你坐。
有个小点声怎么样？
你这
这么大声嚷什么你们？啊！完了。
哎，走啊！你这和他了。先走啊！
Three children are enough, huh? You better stop. If you don't, you'll be criticized.
Est-ce que les voisins interviennent quand il y a des contradictions entre le mari et la femme?
Do the neighbors intervene when a husband and wife have disagreements?
就是他是问的是吧？这个就是夫妻之间有什么矛盾以后。
I guess that's a way of asking if we help them to make up.
姐姐这是。这个还是有的啊。
Help them make up. When a husband and wife quarrel and there are fights, the neighbors come and try to calm things down. They usually make up all by themselves. Big Xu and her husband Yao Cheng had a fight about their child, who misbehaves a lot. They were worried. They thought they weren't bringing him up right. But since the last fight, things have been calm. These fights aren't really serious. An old proverb says, no point in trying to stop fights between husband and wife. When the table's set, they'll sit down to eat.
我是北京27机车厂。
I work as a fitter in the locomotive and rolling stock plant, the February 7th factory. Right now I'm working in the technological innovation section. I work with Ling at the February 7th factory. I'm in the innovation group too. I work on a lathe. I'm a welder in the finishing shop at the same factory. We all work at the same factory. I'm a plumber. I take care of central heating. I'm an exception. I don't work in the same factory. I work somewhere else. I'm a cook at the Pékin Transport Company, Section 11. A cook, that's handy. We all work at the February 7th factory. I'm a machinist. I work at the car repair factory in the Fengtai district of Peking. I'm vice chairman of the Revolutionary Committee. There are more than 600 workers in the factory. He's a big shot.
该我说了啊。